After the drama in Japan last weekend, the ladies' European tour has moved to the United Arab Emirates. It's one iconic destination to another, and this week it's Dubai that provides the backdrop to the climax of the 2015 calendar, the 10th staging of the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. An international field is in place, battling for the honours this weekend at the spectacular Emirates Golf Club. English youngster Charlie Hull wants to end her season with a victory after another good year on the European and American tours. She's bidding to become the first Englishwoman to win at the Emirates. Young Dane Emily Pedersen knows that one more solid week on tour will earn her the LET's Rookie of the Year race after claiming her first trophy in India. Another Dane, though, second-place rookie Nana Madsen is hoping she can leapfrog Pedersen this week. She needs to finish at least second in Dubai to have a chance of doing just that. The experienced Laura Davies is another in the mix after a good opening day. A 4-under round of 68 left her high up the leaderboard and in the hunt for her 46th LET crown. Wednesday's surprise package, though, was another English player. Liz Young, the 33-year-old from Southampton, set the early pace with a rock-solid 6-under 66. Late in the day, though, the leaderboard took on a more familiar look, with China's defending champion Shan Feng moving into second thanks to a blemish-free 67 to kickstart her bid for a record third title here in Dubai. And this is how it looked on Wednesday night. And you'll notice another name up there that we didn't even get around to mentioning during yesterday's live golf. Spain's Carmen Alonso matched Liz Young's score as the light was fading with a fabulous 66 of her own. So Young and Alonso shared the lead at the end of day one, with world number 6 Shan Feng lurking in the shadows. A very warm welcome to the Emirates Golf Club on day 2 of our live coverage from the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Lee Goodall alongside Alison Whittaker in the commentary box once more on another beautiful day in the United Arab Emirates. Alison, good conditions once more on the face of it. Any change out there today? Any change for the ladies to take account of?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit warmer out there today for sure, and you can actually feel the sun beaming down on you a little bit more as well, so that will lead to, you know, bouncy greens going into the back nine, particularly for the afternoon crew, and they're going to have to take that into account in their pre-shot routines as well.
Just an idea of the weather conditions around the 26-degree mark. That's 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Much nicer than it was Monday, Tuesday. We got in from Japan on Monday. Clouds and really strong wind on Monday and Tuesday, so much calmer, which is good news for all the ladies on the course. Well, of course, action already underway on Thursday. This day 2, of course. The weekend in this part of the world is Friday, Saturday, so it's a Saturday finish in Dubai. Let's catch up with some of the early action on day 2. And we're going to start on the 18th. Here's Mel Reid. Now, remember, she made a right old mess of 17 yesterday, which was a disappointing end to her opening round, but playing much better today, Mel. That was an eagle putt at the par 5 18th, and that moved her on to 4 under for the day. Here she is playing from the sand on the first. That was her third shot. Made par there. So that left her 1 under for the tournament. Here's Mel tackling the third at this marginless course. Monster drive from the Englishwoman, winner in Turkey earlier this season. That was her second shot. Left that for eagle. Didn't get it particularly close, the eagle putt, but left this for birdie, and in it went. So Mel Reid enjoying a much better day today. That moved her to 2 under for the tournament. Now here's Carmen Alonso. This was the lady that surprised us all late in the day yesterday. Shared the lead with Liz Young with that 66. This was her third shot on the 9th. Not doing so well today. She was actually 4 over for the day at that point. But a bit of good news for the Spaniard. In went the putt for par. And that should give her a nice boost. We'll keep an eye on Carmen Alonso through the remainder of the day. Now, a couple of Solheim players yesterday, the likes of Caroline Masson and Caroline Headwall here. They weren't playing great golf yesterday. It was one of those days where they had to struggle to keep battling away. They left themselves in decent positions. Headwall much better today. That was her third shot on the second, made par there. Here she is on the third hole. That was her third shot. Left her putt for birdie, and it went. And in fact, that was the fourth birdie of her day, and that moved her to 5 under for the tournament, so certainly moving in the right direction, the Swede. Here she is on the par 3 fourth with the tee shot. Yet to win on tour this season, so Caroline very much hoping for a strong finish to her 2015 campaign. Plays a lot of golf over in the States, of course. Just lost her way a touch this season, so great to see her playing good golf once more. That was mighty close to dropping. That was the birdie putt. Much better golf in general today for Caroline. Made that par, incidentally. Here's Shan Shan Feng. Started on the 10th, Shan Shan, the world number 6, so playing the course the wrong way round today. And birdied 15 and 16. That was her second shot up to the par 4 first. This was the birdie putt. Putted so well yesterday, almost another there, gave herself so many opportunities. So she was very pleased with her opening day's play. 7 under par at this stage. Here she is on the third with her second shot. Up to the par 5 third, so one of the more reachable par 5s on this marginalist course. Here was the eagle putt. So once more today, giving herself plenty of chances out there. Mighty close to holing the eagle putt, left herself with a tap in for birdie, and that moved her to 8 under. And at that stage, that was a 2-shot lead over the rest of the field. Let's catch up with the live scores. And Shan Shan Feng now out onto 10 under par, so it's more of the same in terms of the quality of golf she's able to produce at this course and at this tournament. A 2-time winner, remember, bidding to become the first ever 3-time winner of this tournament, the world number 6, former major winner, so 3-shot lead on Liz Young, who's just started her second round. So Liz Young with plenty of golf to play. There you can see Caroline Headwall, she's moved in the right direction today. Laura Davies already moved to 5 under par as well. Jade Schaefer had a good day yesterday, 4 under par. And then a bunch of players on 3 under. Mel Reid, good response from her, shot a 75 yesterday after all the dramas on the 17th. But a very good round from Mel. Good bounce back ability from the Englishwoman from Derby. Some of the names a little further down the leaderboard. Diana Luna, good to see her back in action on the tour. Georgia Hall will be going out around now. Had a good day yesterday, the English youngster, 3 under. Camilla Lennart has played well today. Nana Madsen, of course, will keep an eye on the young Dane. She is bidding to win the Rookie of the Year title, trying to leapfrog Emily Pedersen. Pedersen with a lead of around €32,000, so Madsen has to finish second at least this week, depending on what Pedersen does. Bonanong Patlam, of course, a former champion here back in 2013, the Thai player, 1 under for the tournament. There's Caroline Masson, 75 for the Solheim Cup star. Val Derry, Stacey Keating, Gladys Nasira is out there on the course this afternoon. Another of the Europeans who played Solheim Cup golf against the Americans this season. Of course, disappointing defeat for the Europeans over in Germany, but Gladys has had another good season, right up there in terms of the Ladies European Tour Order of Merit, 4th this season. And there's Charlie Hull. We'll keep an eye on Charlie, of course. Has played well on this course over the years. Was crowned Rookie of the Year here 2 years ago in Dubai, right at the end of the season, and then, of course, won the Order of Merit, the youngest player ever to win the Order of Merit 12 months ago. So she'll be hoping for some better form after her opening few holes. Now let's start by jumping back to the Shan Shan Feng Mel Reid group. Of course, those 2 stars played alongside one another yesterday. There's Mel Reid. She's had a much better day, remember, 4 under for the tournament at this stage. But disappointment at the 9th. We saw a lot of the 9th hole yesterday. Presents all kinds of challenges, and that's one of the dangers here at the 9th. Alison Whittaker. Shan Feng's second shot at the 9th, playing alongside one another. 10 under par, more good golf from her so far today. And it's just more of the same. We said it yesterday, didn't we, Alison? She's so solid from tee to green that she just gives herself opportunity after opportunity after opportunity.
Absolutely. You know, she's had 5 birdies out there today, and it's a very similar day. It's almost like cookie cutter Shan Feng, and it's fun to watch because, you know, she's just giving herself, as you said, so many opportunities.
Shame for Mel. This, of course, their last hole started their round on the 10th, so finishing on the 9th. She played some really good golf. A bit of a disappointment to finish in this style.
Yeah, and you know, her approach shot there wasn't actually a bad shot. It was probably a bounce or two away from you know, being inside a really good birdie range for Mel, and you can see a little bit of disappointment there for her, but a good day all round.
Shan with the birdie putt. That one didn't drop, but another 5 did today. She birdied 15, 16, the 3rd. Birdied the par 3 7th and the par 4 8th as well. One of the trickier holes on this marginless course. In for par on the 9th, and a very good day at the office once more for Shan. Was talking about how she tried her hand at shooting a couple of days ago before the tournament began. There's a shooting range just next to the official hotel. Shooting some low numbers, that's for sure, around this course this week. And very much looks like the player to catch over the weekend here in Dubai, Friday and Saturday. Tough finish to Mel's round, but a round of 66. She should be very proud of that, Mel Reid. Good response after a disappointing end to her first round on the 17th yesterday. A little bit breezier out there, Alison. Will that be a factor this afternoon?
Yeah, definitely, particularly on the holes where the pins are cut at the front. They'll be very hard to attack today downwind. You know, a lot of the players will actually have to land their approach shots short of the green to get anywhere near them, and you see a lot of balls bouncing out there yesterday afternoon toward the back of the green, and we're going to see a lot more of that today.
Now here's Amy Bolden. 1 over for the tournament. Started poorly, Bolden. Double bogey on her first hole. That was the 10th. Bogeyed the 11th and the 12th and the 17th. So a rough start. She's bounced back relatively well, though. Birdied the 2nd and the 3rd and the 5th. Now Laura Davies on the 5th.
Yeah, it's a great hole, this, the 5th. A slight dogleg round to the left, but you have to be pretty conservative off the tee if you're in the rough that's just on the left of Laura's ball there. You can find a pretty tricky approach shot into a very difficult green, a lot of slope and a lot of grain. There are some quick putts out there from the back of the 5th green.
It's the view towards the 9th green, shared with the 18th, just beyond the big lake here at the Emirates, the clubhouse just beyond. Dubai Marina and Media City away in the distance. Some stunning views around this course. Wonderful weather. Many of the ladies talk about this tournament as one of their favourites on the calendar. I think particularly if you come from Northern or Western Europe this time of year. It's cold and grey and wet more often than not. Treat to come to such warm climates this time of year. Here's Pedersen in charge in terms of the Rookie of the Year race. Pedersen started the week with a lead of €32,434 and 12 cents over Madsen. So that means Madsen has to finish at least second. Of course, much depends on what Pedersen does as well. But, Pedersen certainly in control of that race. Valderi, birdie putt.
Oh, brilliant putt there from Valentine Derry. You can see a little surprise on her face. She'll be happy, and that will get her into the red numbers as well going into the weekend. And a brilliant finish there for Valderi. A lot of birdies out there, 7 birdies and 2 consecutive birdies to finish as well, and 8 and 9. They're no holes to sneeze at. She's picked up at least 2 shots on the field there, maybe about 4 or 5, given some of the trials and tribulations of the 9th hole that we've seen in the last 24 hours.
Playing alongside Amy Bolden, who we saw a few moments ago, and Holly Cliben before Holly disappears for the day. They're just finishing off their 2nd round. A good week for her last week over in the States. We should reference that. That's an important week in a young player's career.
Yeah, very much so, and Holly absolutely deserves it. She spent so much time out in America preparing. Her sister Indy goes to college in the States, as we said yesterday, but she's really committed to really having a really good go at it, and it paid off last week.
Yeah, of course, we're talking about her performance at Q School over in the States. Secured her card for the 2016 season over in America. This gives a young player a few more options.
Well, that is going to be a very tricky up and down for Charlie Hull. That is probably the area on the golf course with the most amount of rough. It is ankle deep over there on the left of the 5th, and she's going to have to find a little class in her short game to have a chance at saving par on the 5th.
Now back to Holly Cliben. Not really happening for her this week, but it's a tough ask to play 5 rounds Q School last week, jump on a plane, arrive here late, have to make all the adjustments, and then get your mind focused on this tournament. Without any disrespect to this event, of course, but it's tough to do those kind of weeks back to back, isn't it, on the body and the mind?
Yeah, very much so. And Holly's the kind of girl that likes a bit of sleep as well. So when she arrived here at 3 in the morning the other day, she was willing herself to stay awake so that she could prepare properly, because she loves this event, as do all the players on tour. And thankfully, the scheduling allowed for her to play both.
Now here's Bolden for birdie. Can she finish in style today? Not to be, but it's bounced back well today after a rough start to her 2nd round. Was crowned Rookie of the Year, of course, this time last year in Dubai. Latest addition to a long list of quality players who've been crowned the Ladies European Tour Rookie of the Year, likes of Charlie Hull before, Carlotta Siganda, Headwall, Anna Nordquist, Mel Reid. Laura Davies a few years ago, back in '85. It's Laura Davies.
Brilliant approach shot in there from Laura, attacking that front left hole location on 5. It's a pin you don't want to be above of, and she will be pin high for birdie. A good chance at that.
Yeah, had a good opening day, did Laura. Was pleased with her opening round of 68. Now it's back to Pedersen. Makeable birdie putts. Good stuff.
I have to say, Lee, I absolutely love that pairing of Madsen and Pedersen up against each other, battling it out from the same home club back in Denmark. So much fun to watch.
Yeah, they have a healthy rivalry, the two Danes. Keen to outdo one another this week in the rookie race, but Pedersen in control of that at the moment. Here's Charlie Hull. See how breezy it is out there from the flag. Playing along alongside Laura Davies. Charlie, one of the European Solheim Cup stars in the field this week. Here's Madsen for birdie, matches Pedersen. She's just about staying in touch at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, she's definitely got her finger on the pulse of what Pedersen's doing and capable of. And, you know, she was actually quite happy with the way that she started yesterday in her press conference. She mentioned how in the past she hadn't been getting off to the best starts in events, particularly when she wanted to do well. And, you know, going out and posting an under par score was something that was kind of checking all her boxes. And she'll be playing perhaps a little bit more aggressively out there today.
Hannah Burke playing alongside Harlan Davies today. Another player who's had a good season if you look at her year overall. First Ladies European Tour title in Pilsen, just outside Prague, midway through the year. After it was a tough opening half of the year for her, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Han had a few issues with her putting, and it was so frustrating for her, you know, discussing it with the other players, just trying to find some kind of solution. She changed her grip, she changed her putter, she changed her pre-shot routine, and just trying to find some kind of answer. And in the end, it was actually more of her getting back to the mentality of going out and playing golf with her friends and just relaxing and letting her talent kind of, you know, take place on a golf course that was really the breakthrough, you know, around July of this year.
Had a 7th on the par 5 18th yesterday, Charlie Hull. Was unlucky, talking about that hole after she came off the course, hit a sprinkler, ball bounced 40 yards into the bushes. It's one of those unlucky breaks. Hasn't won on tour this year, Charlie, but has had a solid year over in the States and on the LET when she's been in Europe. Around the 40 mark in terms of the Rolex World Ranking at the moment, so we're heading in the right direction. Still maturing. Still so young, isn't she? Feels like she's been around for a while, Charlie. But good putt from Laura. 6 under par. And into second place now, all alone behind Shan Shan. 4 shots behind the world number 6. At the moment, Laura Davies putting together another good round of golf, a good solid round. Birdie on the second to add to that second birdie of the day, and there's the evidence. Moves on to 6 under. But at the moment, it's all about who can chase down the world number 6, Shan Shan Feng, out in front by 4. Caroline Headwall in the clubhouse with a 68 today. Liz Young is just starting her round, 5 under for the tournament, so 5 off the leader Feng as it stands. Jade Chauffeur had a good day yesterday. There's Pedersen going along very nicely, 4 under for the tournament. More good golf from her. Suwanapura played well yesterday, level par 72 today, so stays on 3 under par. There's Mel Reid. Pretty much the round of the day as yet from Mel Reid on day 2 here in Dubai. 66 from her. Camilla Lennart has moved in the right direction today. There's Nana Madsen, who needs to keep Pedersen in her sights if she's going to have any hope of leapfrogging a fellow Dane in the Rookie of the Year race. Maria McBride, the Swede, moving in the right direction today as well. Diana Luna alongside McBride on 2 under par, as is Pluk Sataporn from Thailand. Alex Balat, the Frenchwoman, 1 under, one of 4 players on 1 under par at the bottom of that page. A few more as we move a little bit further down the leaderboard. Tied for 17th. There's Carmen Alonso. Hasn't been able to reproduce the kind of golf she played yesterday, although hasn't been playing too much golf of late on the Ladies European Tour. Was talking about her year. It's been a tough one for Carmen. Her mother's been suffering with cancer, so her concentration has been away from professional golf this year, which was why yesterday's round was such a nice boost for the Spaniard. Sarah Kemp, 1 under as well. Isabella Ramsey from Sweden. Melanie Jorgensen, another of the quality Danes in the field. Gladys Nocera alongside her. Beth Allen, level par, another of the winners from the LET earlier this season. The flagship event, the ISPS Handa Ladies European Masters. On to the 6th. It was Charlie Hull. Do you make of Laura Davies' form, Alison? She's says she's hitting the ball well. It's all about the short game. She's made some changes recently.
Yeah, it's interesting because from the outside, from the outside, it doesn't really look like too much is changing in her game. But then when you talk about, her stats, she was looking at her putting yesterday, said 27 putts for her out on the golf course. And, it's good that she's still going through the motions. She's still looking at her stats. She's still working out how can I improve. And putting was on her to-do list coming into this event. And it's obviously paid off because, she holed a lot of birdie putts out there today. And she's holed 2 out there already this morning. And it's very blemish-free, her scorecard so far. So whatever she's doing it well. Yeah,
impressive. She still has the hunger for the game. That's what it's all about, isn't it, when you've been out on the tour for a number of years like Laura. Camilla Lennart.
Yeah, definitely not able to be too aggressive at that front flag on the 9th from that position in the rough. We saw a few girls had to lay up from the 2nd cut of rough.
Patterson, one of the first-time winners on tour this season in India, late October. Both the young Danes were trying to play down the Rookie of the Year race ahead of the tournament, talking about not trying to focus too much on who's doing what in terms of the Pedersen-Madsen battle, but there's a rivalry there, isn't there, for sure. They want to outdo each other. And it would mean a lot. We quickly read through some of the names who've been Rookies of the Year on the LET before. It's a big deal, isn't it? Some real quality on that roll of honour.
Yeah, definitely. It's an all-star list. And just, when you look even back at players like Amy Bolden, who's yet to even find her stride after winning last year, it's such a promising award to win and signs of good things to come with, no doubt.
Good springboard to a career. Lennart, 2 under for the tournament. Good enough for a tie for 12th at the moment, 2 under. Maria McBride. Another of those players 2 under par. Alongside the likes of Anna Madsen and Diana Luna, Tatia Plaksataporn.
Well, an outside chance at birdie here for Nana Madsen on the 4th. This will be a very quick putt, downhill, down grain, and quite a bit of slope as well, likely from left to right, so she'll have to pay attention.
That's a great effort. Judgment of pace.
Yeah, it's those kind of putts that we saw a lot of from Shan Feng. She just never seemed to give herself really tricky, par saves. We saw it from a lot of the other girls, leaving the 3, 4, 5 footers back for par on these very quick greens here on the Margellis course. And it's important. Your lag putting is at an absolute premium here this week. You just can't afford to have any 3 putts.
Now, where's Laura found herself here, Alison?
Well, there's a waste area over on the right of the 6th hole, and you actually have to kind of cut the front corner of it off with your driver if you do take driver from the tee. But it looks as though it might have caught the top of that tree and just fallen straight down, which can sometimes lead to some interesting lies.
It's a second shot up to the par 4 6th.
Well, she looked up quickly, so I dare say she was trying to keep it low under the remaining branches of that tree, but it wasn't an easy shot. She had to carry that about 130 yards over another massive greenside bunker to quite a narrow green, actually, the 6th. It's interesting, it sits on an angle from 6 o'clock to 1 o'clock, almost on the clock face, if you will.
There's Hannah Burke. Second shot.
Yeah, that one looked a little left, straight off the club face, but a little bit perhaps unlucky there. There is a large mound on the left of the 6th, and it usually does shoot the ball back forward and to the right, so bit of a soft bounce there for Hannah, and that one coming up a little bit short of the putting surface.
Tough start to her second day here in Dubai. Bogeyed the first, but birdied second and third, Hannah. Perhaps signs she's starting to recover a touch after a tough opening day. Charlie Hull, second shot. Good stuff from the youngster. Winner on the LET in Morocco. Finally got hands on a trophy after a number of second place finishes. Now Pedersen for par. Stay 4 under. No. Drop shot for the Dane. Back to the young Swede, Camilla Lennart. That's for par on the 9th, one of the trickier holes here in Dubai. No, that's kept going, isn't it? Laura Davies from the sand.
Well, there we have some of Mariana Skarpnord's family. You can see the resemblance. That is her sister there and her niece, and they come out a lot of the tournaments, actually. Very well behaved on the golf course, her little niece. Barely a peep out of her, but happy nonetheless.
Wasn't a bad putt in the end. A bogey for Lennart, but disappointed with that 9th hole.
I'm not sure if Darren was too sure whether he should go in for the handshake there. She looked a little miffed, but a smile nonetheless. Good recovery there.
Burke. Looking for another birdie. Won't be happening on this green.
Hannah's been struggling a little bit with her pace control out there over the last few days, leaving herself a few testers for par.
Two over for a second round, Charlie Hull. Bogeys on the third and the fifth. Looking to bounce back. No. The wait goes on for her first birdie of the day. Level par 72 yesterday, so a bit of a slow start by Charlie's standards. Laura Davies showing this group how it's done so far over the opening couple of days. Needs to save par here, though. Well, that's impressive. Talking about the putting coming into this tournament. Doesn't look to be too much wrong with it so far.
No, and Laura's always been a bit of a scrambler of fashions. She loves playing golf from you know, under trees, around trees, and she goes for those shots, which sometimes pays off, and sometimes you really have to work hard to make those pars. And obviously that's what she's doing well out here so far this week. No blemishes on the scorecard today.
Yeah, 27 putts for Laura yesterday, so that's what makes the difference. Now Hannah Burke. The ball disappears, a small smile on the face of the English woman. Tends to play a golf with a smile on the face. Let's remind you of how the leaderboard looks midway through day 2 here in Dubai. The Omega Dubai Ladies Masters, the final tournament of the 2015 season. And it's the two-time champion, Shan Shan Feng, in the lead by 4 shots. Laura Davies still all alone in second place, 4 shots back, 6 under par. Caroline Headwall, a good round of 68 today. Liz Young alongside Headwall on 5 under par in the early stages of first, second round. Jade Schaefer out on the course as well, 4 under, 6 off the leader. Handful of players a little further back, 3 under.
This is Madsen's approach shot from the right of the 5th hole. Gorgeous skyline in the background here. Not a bad angle to come in from, actually. Ideally, she'd be on the fairway. She'll struggle to get too much spin out of this rough, but particularly being downwind to a front flag, we all know how tricky it can be to land the ball softly from this position.
Two under at the moment.
Just catching that one a little bit heavy. You could hear from the contact there. Wasn't quite flush off the golf club. It's so hard to judge distance control, particularly out of these two cuts of rough out here on the Majlis course.
Carmen Alonso on the 18th, 3rd shot. Joint leader last night.
Over to Maria McBride. Her approach shot into the 5th. She had a 3rd place finish here back in 2009, so does have some happy memories out on the golf course, but that will not be one of them. Well, we can see the trials and tribulations that Emily Pedersen is facing at the moment. It looks as though a ball may have gone in the water. The run out on that line is 252 yards. So with a down breeze and driver in hand off the tee, that is definitely reachable for someone of her length and calibre. And you can see the caddy there doing his fishing job, but
leader of the rookie standings, of course, but it's been a great year overall for Emily. 6th on the overall money list on the Ladies European Tour in a rookie year. Represents a good first season. It's not easy, is it, that first season? I remember Sally Watson talking about the challenges of that first year, because you're playing tournaments and courses for the first time. There's all sorts to take into consideration that just enable you to feel at home at a venue and then able to play some decent golf when you do feel at home.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it comes down to even hotel selection. Where's the good places to stay? You know, some can be quite noisy by highways even. So just knowing all of the tricks of the tour is definitely, you know, a couple of shots advantage just to make sure you feel comfortable at each event.
Great tee shot from Laura Davies. She should certainly know where the best hotels are.
I think she's probably got her name on a few of the room doors. She's been there so many times. But there's something in her eye this week. I really feel like there's a bit of a twinkle there. Like she really feels like she's in with a chance. And you know, with someone with so much experience, whenever that happens, they're always one to watch.
Yeah, I'll have the Dame Laura suite. Hannah Burke, 7th tee. Yeah, she clearly likes playing in this part of the world, Laura, doesn't she? She's an ambassador for Dubai, golf in Dubai. Treated well. She's playing this tournament for the 9th time in only the 10th year of the event, so that gives you a good idea of how much she's been a part of this tournament. She's come close a few times, hasn't she? 2nd, 3rd, 4th, back in the day when it all started here. Annika Sorenstam won the first 2 editions, 2006, 2007. But the challenge is catching Shanshan, isn't it? She's just so consistent, so solid, so few unforced errors that she gives her competitors so few chances, so few opportunities.
Absolutely. You know, bogey-free through 36 holes is something that very few girls out on the golf course will be able to boast of through one round, let alone through two, as Shan has done. Nice approach shot there from Charlie Hull. Just skipping on a little bit, and that will be a quick little putt, but for birdie nonetheless.
Now back to Pedersen. Third shot on the fifth.
It's a nice bounce back there from Emily. Sometimes in those situations, you know, when you're trying so hard, it's difficult not to be overly aggressive and to try and force the play. That's how you end up with double bogey instead of, you know, perhaps a chance at saving par. Oh, great putt there from Lene Jorgensen. Tap that one in for bogey. Another promising player from Denmark.
Yeah, they seem to be getting it right, the Danes, don't they, in terms of producing young players. Pedersen and Madsen at the top of the rookie standings. Nicole Brock-Larsen second on the order of merit. Jorgensen inside the top 20.
You know, I really feel for Alonso. It's such a hard task to bounce back and redo, you know, your amazing round yesterday, particularly with the fact that she hasn't played golf in 14 weeks. And when she did play golf 14 weeks ago, she missed the cut. So she's just really hasn't been out on the golf course much. And it takes a lot of experience in that position to feel comfortable going out leading from the first round. It's very tricky to back up.
Back to the fifth hole, Madsen. That's a lovely touch. I wonder if she just has the feeling that Pedersen's wobbling a touch here. Perhaps put in on a bit of pressure by turning the screw herself. Where do you put Charlie Hull's game these days, Alison? She jumps back to the Ladies European Tour every now and then, of course, plays a bit of golf in the States. Still so young, isn't she? She's still moving in the right direction in terms of her game and the people around her.
Yeah, I definitely think so. You know, she had such an interesting progression, winning Rookie of the Year, then winning the Order of Merit the next year, and then, you know, going straight out to the LPGA. It's hard to work out what the next step is and how to keep improving.
Carmen Alonso on 18. Finishes with a par. Round of 77 today, so a tougher day for the Spaniard, but played some wonderful golf yesterday. 66 on day one. Leaves her 1 under. Now Pedersen, no, the par putt slips past, so back-to-back bogeys. Charlie Hull for birdie. Yeah, the natural thing for everyone around Charlie and everyone watching Charlie, of course, the fellow players, caddies, the tour, the media, you expect her to keep winning, don't you? But because she's so young, it's not necessarily about that. You've got to try, I guess, if you're Charlie and those people around her, to take a long-term view, and it's about developing your game. And then if you do the right things, the titles will come and the ranking will move in the right direction.
Yeah, and you know what, I like the move she's made this year with you know, changing her caddy over in particular, just because I feel like the experience of her caddy Adam is, well, I mean, it's absolutely priceless for someone as young on the golf course as Charlie, because she plays Charlie's way, and that's fine when you're playing well, but when you're not playing well and you're struggling, and golf can be a grind, particularly, well, for everyone, even at home, but pro golf week in, week out. You need to find a way to make a living on the days that you're not playing well. And I think that's what she's yet to learn out there on the LPGA this year.
Back to a lady who's done it all in terms of international golf, Laura Davies. Major winner, former world #1, 45 titles on the Ladies European Tour. And still with the desire to improve, to make changes, tweaks to the game in a bid to win another title. It's been a while since she got her hands on a trophy, but right up there this weekend, you never know. Liz Young in a spot of bother on the 8th.
Yeah, just pulled her tee shot there a little bit over on the left of 8, and you can see those waist areas are tricky, let alone when you have a tree behind you. So we'll catch up with her in a little bit.
It was the par putt that slipped past for Hannah Burke, this for bogey. It's an eventful Solheim Cup for Charlie Hull, of course, involved in the Gimme Gate drama. Early on day 3, wasn't it? It in many ways inspired the Americans to a memorable comeback.
Madsen for par on the 5th. Just tidying up there. And it's interesting, you mentioned before how they're kind of pushing each other along. It's almost a little bit like a match play situation out there for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, both on 2 under now, Pedersen and Madsen. It's back to Liz Young, who's enduring a bit of an adventure on the 8th. One of the trickier tee shots. And there she is in a tie for 3rd at the moment. 5 off the lead. It's all about Shan Shan Feng, though, here in Dubai. 4-shot lead for the Chinese world #6. Laura Davies, closest challenger to Shan Shan Feng at the moment, who's in the clubhouse after a 67. Went out earlier today, her 2nd successive 67 for Shan Shan. She's put herself in a commanding position once more in Dubai. That was a nice bounce for Laura.
Well, when it's going your way, even the bouncers kick back towards the fairway. It's a 240-yard carry on that lie for Laura on the 8th hole over the corner of the dogleg right. One of the more picturesque tee shots out here on the golf course. Gorgeous backdrop there of the Dubai Marina.
Yeah, some setting here at the Emirates Golf Club, the Majlis course. Charlie Hull off the 8th tee.
that is in a very similar position to Liz Young moments ago. Might have to get a little bit creative there, Charlie.
Let's see how Hannah Burke gets on.
Not the week she wanted, Hannah, but she played very well paired with Melissa Reid last week over at the Queen's Cup.
A little further up the 8th, Liz Young is her 4th. It made an okay start to this second round after that 66 yesterday, remember. Birdied the 3rd, but a double on the 5th has just pegged her back. Struggling on the 8th as well, Liz Young, so the first real test for her this week. Laura Davies staying hydrated, walking alongside Charlie Hull. Hannah Burke in the background, preparing for their second shots on the 8th in a few moments' time. We'll be back there. Here's Emily Pedersen. The par 4 6th now. This is the second shot.
Well, I know for a fact that Hannah Burke was up at the top. What's the name of the tall building here? Is it the
Burj Khalifa?
The Burj, yes. And she journeyed her way to the top last night, so there was absolutely stunning views from up there.
It's incredible, that place, isn't it? There are some amazing buildings, amazing skyline architecture in this part of the world. Of course, there's the Burj Al Arab as well, the big hotel, the iconic hotel just off the coast, where Tiger Woods hit balls off the helipad a few years ago. Roger Federer and Andre Agassi hit a few tennis balls up there one year as well. Amazing pictures.
Always wondered what happens to the balls. Is there someone down there ready to catch it, or maybe hit out towards the water?
Now here's Charlie Hull. Wayward drive off the 8th tee. Seen a few of those just lately, haven't we? Is that down to the wind, or is just one of the trickier tee shots here on the match list?
Well, the problem is with the 8th, it's such a severe dogleg to the left, so if your ball draws a small amount, it will actually kick through into that waist area and potentially into the shrub here, as you can see from Charlie. He's opted to take a drop, which is something she might not have done in previous years. She's always been so aggressive, and you know, I referenced her caddy Adam on screen now, Adam Woodward, and that the maturity that can sometimes come from, you know, an experienced caddy, you know, just not getting flustered in situations like this. Let's talk through our options rather than just rushing to the first one potentially. And you know, I like the way that, you know, he's had to tell her to slow down a little bit as well. I was talking to him at the Solheim Cup about, you know, just taking a little. Taking a couple of breaths before she makes her next choice.
Projected cuts 3 over at the moment. A bunch of players will be keeping an eye on that. Of course, it's important for some, isn't it, this week, just to keep the card. There's always a few around the sort of 70, 80, 90 mark on the order of merit. Things can get a little bit shaky, a bit nervous at this tournament.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and it's an absolute privilege to play, you know, the sport you love as a professional, but it also comes with zero job security. You know, if you fall off your bike, you don't have a job. If you don't play well each year, you don't have a job. And it's something that, you know, the girls really battle with week in, week out.
The stats for the 8th hole, very few birdies, represents what a challenge this presents, this 8th hole.
I remember after a fog delay 2 years ago, actually, there was a situation where a few of us had to come out and play 2 holes in the morning to work out whether we were going to make the cut, and I had 8 and 9 to play, and of all of the holes on the golf course to finish on, I wouldn't have chosen those 2 in a heartbeat, but it is definitely a very challenging finish, no matter which side you start on here at the Marshallers course.
It's on its way. Just short, we think, of that greenside bunker. Let's see how Laura Davies gets on. Fortunate bounce. It's left her on the fairway.
Well, it'll be a pretty quick putt from up there for the Dame Laura Davies.
What are the challenges here for Charlie Allison?
Well, she's got sand, she's got wind, she's got palm trees, she's got a slopey green, she's got rain. Yeah, it's a long list actually, but I really like this process of discussion. It's something that we haven't seen from Charlie in the past, and you know, if you tell her 150 yards, she reaches for a club without necessarily you know, going through the motions. Sometimes she's a reaction player.
See how she gets on. This is her 3rd shot.
Following a bit of a similar trajectory there to Liz Young. Sacrificing a few shots over there in the waist area on the left of the 8th hole.
Be back with Charlie in a few moments. Let's go back to Pedersen. It's a birdie putt. It's going to come up well short. Looking to bounce back, Emily Pedersen. After bogeys on the 4th and the 5th. This is what's left for hole. It's damage limitation on the 8th for the young English woman. Now Madsen for birdie. We saw Pedersen's putt come up a little bit short. She's looking much better.
Well, she had the advantage of a bit of a preview there from her playing partner, and putt downhill side grain, and it can be very tricky to judge the pace, but she managed to factor in Emily's putt quite nicely into her own judgments.
41 on the Rolex World Rankings at the moment, Charlie Hull, 19 years of age still. 9th on the LET's Order of Merit, 48 on the American money list this season.
Yeah, she said the Olympics were a big goal of hers, and if the team is picked today, it would be Charlie Hull and Katrina Matthew for Great Britain.
It's a solid team right there, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. It's kind of nice to have, you know, a little bit of youth and a little bit of experience in a team. The unflappable Katrina Matthew, who we saw obviously out at the Solheim Cup, always a factor, and she's actually quite sneaky long, Katrina Matthew, so
Pedersen par. Another bogey for the youngster. I thought Shan Feng made a good point about the Olympics. She was talking about that prior to the tournament. Of course, a big deal in China. So one of Shan's big targets next year has high hopes of winning a medal. But the point she made is it's probably actually going to be a weaker field than most of the tournaments she plays, because you've only got 4 Americans in the field, you've only got 4 Koreans. So she sees it as a real opportunity of doing well, because most of the girls she's competing with week in, week out on the LPGA won't be there.
Yeah, very much so, and especially when, you know, you're factoring in countries like Brazil having a play there as well. We've got, you know, Austrians that are actually out on the LET as well that will be playing and representing their team. You know, Latvia. There's some interesting countries that will be featured, and which is great. It's good for the profile of golf in those countries for them to be there and grow it as a world sport. It's a great opportunity for women's golf in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. Shan made that point as well, said she can do well, or if she makes the team, made that point. I think it's nailed on, that one, isn't it? Yeah, she's been modest.
it's very humble of her to say that, but I think we'd all be surprised if she wasn't there.
I think it's Shan +1 for the Chinese team, isn't it?
It's on the invite.
But as we watch Laura Davies, she said if one of us does well, puts ladies golf on the map in terms of China, and the message she's trying to portray is it's not a rich sport. That's been one of the issues in China in the past, but because golf has come back into the Olympics, it's been a lot of investment. Federations have got a bit more money. There's more junior programs. They're trying to take it into the schools. So the Olympics plays a big part, doesn't it, that perhaps you forget about in terms of its role attracting youngsters, particularly young girls, to the sport.
And I think that even, you know, goes as a blanket statement across all of the sports. We all remember, you know, the key players for each of the countries at each of the Olympics. You know, people like Jessica Ennis, for example, in decathlon for the London Olympics. What a moment for her, and we're still talking about it now. And those things you just don't get to see very often, and it is great for women's sport.
Well, for bogey. So it's looking like a double for Charlie. He's played well here in the past, Charlie Hill, 5th and 8th in her last 2 visits. She's going to have to go some. Incidentally, she's been part of a recent campaign. This Girl Golfs video, doing a bit to promote the sport alongside Henny Zool and Carly Booth. Good to see Charlie doing a bit, very much one of the poster girls of ladies golf and the Ladies European Tour.
Well, it looks as though Liz Young would maybe like a harness on her back right now. A few practice swings, and I can tell you there's some pretty big fish in that lake as well. I think that's hit the right side of the hospitality area there over on the right of the 9th hole. Not the kind of finish that Liz Young was hoping for after doubling the 8th.
Yeah, and the 5th. Hannah Burke. This for par on the 8th. Nicely done. Solid putt. Still yet to drop a shot today, Laura Davies. A couple of birdies on the card, 2 under for her second round, 6 under overall. Looking pretty relaxed out there, isn't she?
Yeah, she does. I mentioned earlier that I like the look in her eye, and you know, she can be quite cynical about her golf, Laura. You sometimes have to, you know, give her a little tap to keep her in line and keep her positive, because she really calls it how it is sometimes, even sometimes to the detriment of her own mentality. And I don't know what, I'm seeing a little optimism out there. I haven't seen it in a long time from Laura.
Double bogey for Charlie Hull. Moving in the wrong direction, Charlie. 4 over now. Rough day so far. No, and I'd love to see a Laura Davies Shan Shan Fun group tomorrow. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Just to see whether she can put a bit of pressure on her, you know.
Yeah, definitely, and they have such different games as well that it, you know, it would just be lovely for the spectators to be able to see, you know, the 2 different ways to play a golf course. Emily Christine Pedersen's approach there into the par 3 7th. Playing 143 yards to the pin there on the 7th today, and see the green releasing quite a bit as well, so a lot of judgments to be made.
We talked a little bit about the Danes doing well, producing good young players. It's part of that discussion, isn't it, about attracting players to the sport, girls to ladies golf. They seem to have got it right in Denmark. Do you as players talk about that? Do you discuss systems? Are you aware of what's going on back in these countries when you do get a country like Denmark that seems to have a conveyor belt at the moment of good young players, don't they?
Yeah, definitely, and I think we're seeing more of it from, well, you know, from countries like Denmark. Even Belgium have an incredible junior program that I'm expecting to really start churning out some players over the next kind of 3-4 years as well.
Role models, of course, are important too, aren't they? Swedes have been blessed in that sense with Annika Sorenstam and many who followed, really, Swedish ladies golf. It's travelling. It's going to pull up short of the water.
Well, I can tell you that in previous years that might not have held up. I've been watering the fairways a lot out here this week. In the earlier parts of the week, the balls were actually collecting mud, which I don't think we've ever seen here at Dubai.
Hannah Burke off the 9th. So you've got to be careful with this shot, haven't you? The fairway has quite a slope to it, moving towards the water. You've got trouble on the right as well.
Yeah, there's no real bailout here on either of the shots on 9. You just have to focus so hard when you're trying to finish off your round, particularly when you start on the 10th hole.
With Charlie last year, I think it was, deliberately going down the right on this this 9th. Conservative approach today. Joins Laura towards the left of the fairway. Pink day tomorrow to raise awareness for breast cancer. All the caddies, the players, the flags will be pink on Friday in Dubai, as is the tradition at this tournament over the years. Do the ladies pack a special outfit for that day? I bet there's some planning that goes into that, isn't
there?
They
do. You never want to be caught out, especially when it's for such a good cause as is breast cancer, and it's something that obviously, you know, being a female tour, we're all very aware of, and an awareness for it is very important. But you just never want to be the person that is out there in their green outfit on the Friday.
Pedersen taps in, and I've just realised, Alison, I've gone a day early, haven't I? I've gone a day early, unforced error, wearing the pink on Thursday, not Friday.
I think we'll forgive you for the slip up this one time, but I implore you not to wear that shirt again tomorrow.
Straight into the dry cleaning. Go back to the hotel later, freshly ironed. Dubai in the distance. Another perfect day in this part of the world, the United Arab Emirates. The final event of the 2015 season. The 2016 schedule will be revealed in a couple of days' time. Saturday, I believe it's announced to the media. It was interesting to see whether there's the addition of a few new events, bigger prize. I mean, of course, that's the target for the players, isn't it? Those trying to, first and foremost, just earn a living. It's an important element of how the tours run. I believe there's a players' meeting this evening in Dubai, isn't it? That's traditionally where you get a sense of what's going to happen next year.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's almost like the 2016 preview a little bit, and it's a good chance for the staff to be able to talk back to the players and open up communication there about, you know, their goals and what they've been trying to achieve over the last few months in retrospect. But it also has things like board meetings, board member, you know, initiations or player council voting.
Maria McBride birdied the 7th. And of course, just going back to that meeting, worth pointing out that there's a handful of the players who are part of the running of the tour, very much have a say in what goes on behind the scenes, how the tour's put together.
Yeah, which is important for a business and a body like the European Tour to have that input going both ways to make sure that the conditions for the players are, you know, suitable and something that can be fruitful for the tour. The line here on the 8th hole is just on the left edge of that set of buildings, as you can see in the distance. And that started left and it went left quite quickly there for Madsen, and you can tell by her reaction that she might be looking back into the ball, back into the ball pocket perhaps for a provisional.
Yeah, I think so. Touch help, but the straight was straight across. Red sign's perfect.
Danish isn't really up to scratch, but apologies to any Danish viewers if that was a bit fruity, whatever she was saying after that tee shot. Playing partner Pedersen. And another one. Incredible, isn't it?
Well, there's certainly a magnet over on the left of 8, and you know, Emily just really needs to stop this this train wreck that she's had over the last few holes. So many bogeys, and needs to right her wrongs quite quickly.
Yeah, in fact, in terms of that rookie battle, it's the first time Madsen has been in front in terms of their positions on the leaderboard.
Yeah, well, it looks as though they're giving her the wave, and they may have found Nana Madsen's ball. I know her parents are out there, and they'll be the first to find it if it is findable.
I was going to say, always helps, doesn't it? You got the family on board. Now, Lucy Andre, French woman, the birdie chance. It's not too far away. Tied for 10th at the moment. Andre, 71 yesterday, 1 under for her second round at the moment. Now back to the 9th. Charlie Hull talked about the tee shot. The second shot is a touch daunting too, as well, isn't it, here at the 9th?
Yeah, definitely. You can see that water over on the left, and we saw Mel Reid's ball find it earlier on, and I'm actually pretty sure that they've shaved the rough down a little bit more out there today around the perimeter of that water, so that the ball will roll in if it picks up any kind of momentum from the green. But see Charlie finding the back right corner for green on 9.
Laura's second onto the 9th. Safely on. Now back on the 8th. Madsen's back on the tee. All sorts of drama on the 8th today.
Yeah, I can tell you she wouldn't have been too happy if they said they'd found it and then she had to walk back and hit the provisional when she was ready. It's just almost like a momentum thing, you know, you just want to get off that tee, and you can see that they're quite aggressive go at that second drive, and sometimes she just seems to get a little bit stuck behind her and has to flip her wrists over Nana, and we saw that a little bit more on the first one than the second.
Yeah, you could tell from the body language, and she was marching off the tee. She was less than happy, to say the least. A real test, the 8th hole today so far on the Margellis course. And all the ladies still out on the course. The second half of day 2 here in Dubai, chasing the world number 6, Shan Feng. A second successive 67 today. She's 10 under par with a 4-shot lead. Dame Laura Davies, one of the players still out on the course, of course, still with a fair few holes to play. It's the ability to get a little bit closer to Shan. Good round of golf from Caroline Headwall earlier on today, a 68 from the Swedish Solheim Cup player to move her on to 5 under par. Schaefer, Georgia Hall tied for 4th. Suwanapura, Mel Reid and Nana Madsen on 3 under par. Sarah Kemp with a good 69 today, over to 2 under par for the tournament. A little bit further down, we'll hope to see a little bit of Pornanong Patlam today, a little bit later on, a former champion here. Maria McBride playing some good golf today as well. Maha Hadiwi, we saw her a little bit yesterday, Morocco's sole representative on the Ladies European Tour, playing to protect her card this week, so a big week for Maha, hoping for a strong finish. Now, still looking for Nana Madsen's ball on the 8th.
Well, at least she has quite a few people helping her out, and that is absolute commitment from the caddy there and the officials. I think for the sake of keeping up with the group in front, it will be Maria McBride to play first. Although playing partners are having a few issues over on the left of the 8th. Very difficult shot here for Maria McBride. You can see those palm trees blocking her view there, and just caught that one absolutely heavy. And I'm not sure that will actually make it out of the waist area there on the 8th.
Nana Madsen getting more and more frustrated at the moment. Just left of the 8th fairway. Things are starting to go badly wrong for the young Dane. Let's jump back to Laura Davies, who's, in contrast, having a very nice day indeed. This for birdie on the 9th. She'll have that for par. Birdies on the 2nd and the 5th for Laura today, 2 under for her round. rock solid so far.
Yeah, I wonder when the last time Laura Davies had a bogey-free front nine was. She's such a colourful player by nature, and she does take so many risks on the golf course that, you know, it's actually hard to pull all of them off.
Tell how windy it is, can't you, out there from those pictures?
Yeah, you can see Nana Madson's caddy just trying to perhaps work out a bit of a line of sight ruling here. She's going back, I believe, in line with potentially where she may have found the ball. Not quite sure why he's up on the cross-country up there area over the left of 8, but definitely taking the scenic route.
Yeah, good idea of the nature of this course from these pictures as well. Very much a desert layout, isn't it? This marginless course at the Emirates Golf Club. First championship grass golf course in this part of the world. Now, Charlie Hull could do with a birdie putt to drop. Not to be on this 9th green.
Well, Charlie's going to have to be a bit aware of the fact of that lingering cut mark as well. Projected cut currently at +3. Charlie currently sitting on +4, I believe.
The discussions go on for Nana Madsen. He'll be back there shortly. Charlie Hull for par. But it's been a rough opening 9 holes for her. Bogey on the 3rd, another on the 5th, and a double on the 8th, 4 over for her 2nd round.
Yeah.
This is starting to look more like a desert adventure for Nana Madsen than a round of golf, isn't it?
Yeah, I think she might have to take her shoes off once she gets back to the fairway, because she's definitely picking up a bit of sand up there, but it looks as though she is going to take a penalty drop in line of sight. Obviously, you have to keep the original position of your ball in line with the pin, and you can go back as far as you want, as we saw Nana moving back into the desert land.
Now, the unmistakable outfit of Pornanong Patlam, former champion here, 2013. She lifted the trophy. That's a great shot.
It's a great shot there. As you said, Lee, leaving that below the pin as well is not easy to do out there on the 9th hole.
As a brother as caddy as ever with the matching shorts. Wonder who gets to choose the outfit.
Do you think it's laid out in the morning, perhaps the outfit schedule?
It's outside his room, isn't it? It's part of the contract. Currently tied for 9th, Patlam. Round of 71 yesterday, 1 under for today, so 2 under for the tournament. Gladys Nasira, part of the European team that played in the Queen's Cup in Japan last week, inaugural staging of the Queen's Cup, 4-team event. Teams representing the Ladies European Tour, the Korean Tour, the Japanese Tour, and the Australians. Much colder conditions, so all the ladies involved in that event had to make a very quick journey over to Dubai, 13-hour flight or so. Arrived early Monday morning, not too much time to prepare, and very different conditions here this week. It was a stunning golf course just outside Nagoya, wasn't it? The Miyoshi Country Club.
Absolutely. You know, you wouldn't blame people around the world for thinking it was kind of a Robert Trent Jones-esque design. Absolutely stunning with the changing of the seasons.
Now here's Nana Madsen. And we think, Alison, this is the 13th fairway she's playing from, is that right?
Well, it looks as though it could be, and it's not actually a bad idea to do that, particularly off the many desert waste areas that there are around this golf course.
Off she goes. Whatever does happen in the next few minutes for Madsen, she'll be delighted to get onto the 9th tee, I think.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to write a score down and walk away, and I think that might be the case for Nana Madsen.
Hope it's single figures.
Yeah, trudging away in the back of the screen there.
Now here's Pedersen's 3rd, playing partner of Madsen.
Let's not forget that Maria McBride has been patiently waiting herself. I believe after troubles over in the right waist area, she's played 3 and will be putting for her par.
I suppose it's one of those stages of a round of golf for a young player where it's more of a mental test than what you're doing with the golf clubs and the ball, I guess.
Yeah, very much so, and particularly in the position that she's in playing with Emily, and there's been so much hype around the Rookie of the Year, as it is every year, but it's been an amazing battle this year. Nana was practically lapping Suchia Cheng halfway through the year. She was in front by $50,000, 50,000 euros, I should say, and then all of a sudden, the last 3 months, Emily just came out of nowhere, and then really came to the front of the Rookie of the Year race, and it's been an interesting build-up to this week.
Yeah, it's been a great year for her. Whatever happens in terms of the rookie standings, 8th on the Ladies European Tour money list. It's been a solid year for her. 3rd in New Zealand right at the start of the year, 5th in Morocco in March, top 10 in Turkey, and then 21st at the British Open. Very, very impressive for one so young, 21 years of age. Good indication of potential, isn't it, when you can bring your best golf in an environment such as that?
Yeah, definitely. And a friend of mine, Tiffany Joe, actually played with Nana in the British Open. She said, oh, there's this young girl I played with from Denmark. She went out and shot 65, and it was one of the best rounds I've ever seen. And she had no idea, obviously, the position that Nana was in on the LET, and accolades coming from a fellow player like that means a lot to a rookie out here on tour, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and she's kept it going. I think that's one of the most impressive things through the season. 5th in Pilsen after that, and then 4th in Helsingborg in September, 4th in Xiamen over in China. So playing good golf through different stages of the year, different continents as well, which isn't always easy to do when you're so young, getting used to the tour. One to watch for the future, that's for sure. Finally up and onto the green. We think that putt's for bogey for Madsen, which if she holds it won't be too bad, will it, after the trials and tribulations of that 8th hole. Gladys Nasira on the 9th. Long birdie putt.
Yeah, just the 1 birdie and 1 bogey for Gladys today. Very steady golf, but she'll have a little bit of work left to do to tidy up for par there, and you can see the look of discontent on her face.
Maria McBride tied for 9th at the moment. 2 under par for the tournament. One under for her 2nd round birdie on the 3rd. Pedersen for par. Oh, it's wonderful judgment, but it will be a drop shot for Pedersen. Another. It's 4 in the last 5 holes. The rookie race leader.
Well, it's hard to think it, but I believe this putt was for similar score to Emily Pedersen. Over to the 9th.
It'll be a par for Patlum. To Madsen lining up the bogey putt on the 8th green. Willing the ball to drop, but frustrating hole for Nana Madsen. It's going to be a double on the card. That's what she thinks of that. Now Laura Davies now on the 10th. Just going about her business quietly and calmly today, isn't she? Seen it all before, Laura. Back on the 9th green, this for par for Nasera.
That's a great save there. After leaving her first birdie attempt so short. Lucky to walk away with par there. Cross over to Burke. Her approach shot into the par 5 10th hole. An easy pin to get to today. The pin tucked over on the left side around a bit of a ridge, and yeah, got a little bit too far left. It might just creep into one of those greenside bunkers. I believe that came up just a little bit short there for Hannah Burke. Perhaps some of the prettiest bunkering on this course around the 10th green. That's a top quality shot there from Charlie Hull. One of the very few in this field that's able to get the ball to stop as quickly as that downwind.
Still with some work to do. She's going to make the cut, Charlie Hull. But time to do it. Projected cut 3 over par as it stands here in Dubai. Charlie hole 4 over at the moment. Ninth tee, Maria McBride.
Still one of the longer players out on tour, just requiring an iron, and that tee shot is currently playing downwind as well, so short to the corner on 9. The dogleg round to the right is definitely the order of the day. Line from the 9th tee is just right on that 3rd crane on the right. You can see in the distance. Fairway does kick the ball over to the left and onward down toward the water hazard. Fantastic testing tee shot here at the Majlis course. And that is in the A1 position there for Nana Madsen. She really needs to come up with something and turn the tables after the trials and tribulations of her double bogey 6 on the 8th hole. Let's take a look. Beth Allen over on the 11th, 152 yards to the pin today. Wind will be coming off the player's left.
Oh, what a shot from the American. How's that?
Well, I think that's a pretty good yardage from her super looper caddy, Sophie Gustafsson. Not a bad shot from Beth either.
Who was alongside her for the win early this season, wasn't she? At the Bucks, the headquarters of the Ladies European Tour in Denham, Buckinghamshire, just outside London.
Crossing to another winner here earlier this year in Pilsen, final round 64. Just creeping up behind Nicole Brock-Larsen and stealing the win away from her in Pilsen.
Yeah, it was one of the more dramatic final days on the Ladies European Tour this season. Impressive how Brock-Larsen bounced back though, wasn't it? Turned a negative into a positive pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, and I actually tip my cap to, you know, her team and her golf management. She actually went out in between the 2 LET events and played an LET access event, and I just can't stress how important I think that was for her to get the monkey off the back before the next LET event in Sweden. And then she went out and just absolutely broke through, and boy, was she in good form that week.
Yeah, shows a lot of character to get over that disappointment. Press the delete button. Laura Davies. Of course, there was a similar story a little bit later in the season, wasn't there, in the Lacoste Ladies Open? I believe that one went the way of Celine Urban. But a similar story, a player who narrowly missed out, loads of disappointment, and then bounced back strongly. Yeah,
definitely. I know Emily Pedersen was so distraught about her loss of the French Open, and then, you know, heading over to the Hero Women's Indian Open, and had a point to prove, and prove it she did, walking away with the win.
Makes those victories sweeter, doesn't it? Those bad days at the office. Appreciate the good days.
Yeah, very
even
much
better
so.
In all walks of life. Burke for par. Now, Emily Pedersen. Well, things going from bad to worse for Emily Pedersen. Self-destructing at the moment, isn't she?
Yeah, very uncharacteristic shot of Emily's there. It looks as though she just took it completely heavy, I believe. Yeah, you can see that right side just drifting in a little bit, and never had a chance of getting good contact of the ball when your hands are stuck so far behind your golf swing. You do have to do a lot of handiwork, and that was not the case there.
Finally a birdie for Charlie Hull. And that should nudge her in the right direction in terms of surviving the opening couple of days here in Dubai. But it's still Shan Shan Feng with a healthy lead. Laura Davies in second, 4 shots off the leader Feng. Solid rounds from Feng, another 67 today to add to the 67 from yesterday, moves her to 10 under par. Good 68 from Caroline Headwall, bounced back after a workmanlike opening day for the Swede yesterday. Moved her into third at the moment. Georgia Hall doing well in Dubai this week. Hole-in-one for the youngster this time last year. Won a new car. Obviously likes this course. Maha Hadiwi plugging away. Emma Cabrera Bello, of course, her brother won on this course on the European Tour not so long ago. All those players on 1 under par. Alex Velat, a couple of French women, in fact, Valentine Derry as well. There's Nana Madsen. Did she block out the dramas of the 8th? Bounce back with a decent score here on the par 4 9th.
Well, that's a much better golf swing there from Nana Madsen. Beautiful balance, and rewarded with a tasty birdie opportunity there on the 9th, especially considering her playing partner is having a few issues and will be hitting her 4th shot. Emily Pedersen. This is the ball of Charlie Hull here on the 11th. Just catching the bottom of the ridge there, perhaps not rolling out as much as she would have anticipated. 2 tiers here on the 11th green today, and the pin is situated just at the top of the 1st tier. In fact, just a few paces over the 1st tier, I should say. 22 paces on today. That has safely found the right tier. It's an interesting hole, the 11th, because you know, they move the pin around a lot, but I always found myself taking quite a similar line every single day, no matter where the pin was, particularly with some very punishing bunkers, particularly over on the left of this hole, quite deep, and you can find yourself in some very interesting lies, and Hannah Burke seems to be leaning that way. We'll safely find the front. Would have been quite good for yesterday's hole location, Lee, right on the front of the 11th green there.
Back to the 9th. Emily Pedersen needs to stop the rot here. 4th shot. That's better. 2013 champion. From Thailand, 26 last Friday in fact, so she'd like to celebrate that birthday with another trophy. That's the plan. Showed her quality a couple of years ago. Fabulous third shot at the 18th to set up pretty much birdie tap in, wasn't it? Hit Stacey Lewis to the post.
Pretty handy short game there from Maria McBride.
Is she a player we need to keep an eye on this weekend, Alison? She's got the experience, hasn't she? Just motoring along nicely so far.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, any of those players with, as you said, so much experience and such an impressive resume, you know, going down the stretch, you can never count them out, because, you know, when you have a few rookies in the field, Pedersen, Madsen, you know, Georgia Hall slowly creeping up the leaderboard currently, it's sometimes a question of who keeps it together mentally, and when you haven't been in that position too many times, it often adds to the advantages of more experienced players in the field.
Yes, done it all, Maria Hjorth. Formerly Maria Hjorth, I should say. Maria McBride these days. Very solid, consistent record at the majors over the years. Multiple Solheim Cup appearances as well.
A bit of a misread there, perhaps, for Hannah Burke, not quite picking the slope over the tier on the 11th. Interesting you mentioned her performance in the majors. I was lucky enough to watch Maria McBride's 66, I believe it was, in the third round of the British Open. It was one of the best rounds I've ever seen, no doubt. Even the holes that the other players were struggling with, driver 3-wood into a par 4, and she tapped it inside 6 feet, made birdie, picked up about 3 shots on the field. It was incredible golf to watch.
Madsen for birdie. That's drifting away from the hole. Laura Davies for birdie. It'd be nice for the tournament, wouldn't it, if Laura could perhaps just pick up another couple of shots, just get a little bit closer to Shan Shan Feng. 2 editions of this tournament that Shan Shan has won, she's won comfortably. It'd be really interesting to see someone get close to her and put a bit of pressure on, and see how that affects the world number 6 over the weekend, because we haven't really seen her tested here before over the last couple of days. In for par. Got the game to do it, she's still. Pedersen for bogey. Sadly, yet another bogey for the day, and it's going to be a double though. More bad news for the leader of the Rookie of the Year race. 6 dropped shots in the last 6 holes. Charlie Hull for birdie. Back-to-back birdies. Starting to happen for young Charlie. McBride for par. Drop shot for the Swede. Patlum up on the 10th, this for birdie. It's looking good. Yes, in it goes. Moves to 3 under par, plays most of her golf over in the US. World ranking of 45, so a third highest ranked player in the field, Patlum, this week. 38th on the LPGA money list this season, just under $500,000 in the bank this year. Par for Madsen, smile back on the youngster's face.
Yeah, I believe there are 2 holes that group would rather forget. 8 drop shots between the 3 of them in the last 2 holes between 8 and 9. So interesting turn of events. And that will just creep by from the Sarah on the 10th hole.
Winner on tour this season, Gladys, back in Morocco, Agadir. Her 14th Ladies European Tour title, that one. Former Order of Merit winner as well, 2008, won 5 tournaments that season. Another player with sights firmly set on the Olympics next year, wants to represent the French. Solheim was her goal this season. Olympics next.
Yeah, currently projected to be in the side with Karine Cher for the French team. Obviously a few months left, and some very promising French players coming through the ranks as well, testing her experience.
Yeah, both played Solheim golf this season. Karine Cher, enjoyed watching her last week in Japan. Thought she played well in the team event over there. Liked her composure on the course, very focused, solid individual, Isher. Hole off the 12th.
Well, she certainly took a swing at that one, didn't she? Slight dog leg, the 12th hole round to the left. 3 fairway bunkers guarding the right-hand side of the fairway, and the ideal line is just to cut a little bit off the left edge of the dog leg. And see Laura here just with a driving iron in hand. Not a long hole, 366 yards. And I dare say that is in the waist area between the 18th and the 12th hole.
Not too far away from our front door, that one. Laura Davies determined to chase down Shan Feng, but at the moment the world number 6 still with a 4-shot lead. Laura Davies looking the most likely to reduce that gap at the top of the leaderboard. Shan Feng with a second consecutive 67 today, if you weren't with us earlier on day 2 here in Dubai. Good round from Headwall as well as 68. Jade Schaefer and Georgia Hall out on the course as well, not too far away, both those players on 4 under par. Suwanapura, Mel Reid, Patlum has appeared on the leaderboard, a former champion. We'll keep an eye on her throughout the remainder of the afternoon. Good day for Sarah Kemp as well, the Australian who was part of the Aussie team in Japan last week at the team event at the Miyoshi Country Club, playing well today in Dubai. Liz Young and Maha Hadiwi, top page 2 of the leaderboard. Further down, there's Nana Madsen, 1 under at the moment. Emily Pedersen had been above her so far this week. Those two battling for the Rookie of the Year title here in Dubai this week. But Pedersen going in the wrong direction. Rough day for Caroline Masson today. Played some decent golf yesterday. Fought hard to stay in contention. 75 today for the German Solheim Cup player. There's Pedersen, level par at the moment through, well, that was through 8, so we know she was in trouble on the 9th. So she will disappear further down that list, Pedersen. And I guess Alison Whittaker, she's got to be careful about missing the cut all of a sudden, Lemony Pedersen, because just things going from bad to worse for her right now.
Yeah, you definitely can't afford to be short-sighted, I guess, in your anger out on this golf course, because it can certainly turn around on you quite quickly, as we've seen from that Madsen, McBride and Pedersen group.
There's Patlum. Par 3, 11. 3 under par now, making some good progress this afternoon.
Nice shot there from Patlum. Just unlucky perhaps not to check up a little bit quicker there. She'll have a good look at birdie. So we see the ball here of Laura Davies over on the left side of the 12th. Pin today stuck over on the, well, it says front left, but it's really the front right portion of the 12th hole. The way that the front of the green is cut. Take a look here at Hannah Burke's approach shot first. Handy shot in there for Hannah. Really needs to get something going in her round, just to walk away with some good memories perhaps from Dubai.
It's Laura's second, par 4, 12. Safely on.
Yeah, very nice shot there from Laura, drawing it out of the waist, well, I should say bunker, but waist area over on the left. A very brave cameraman. Looked as though the line, Tanya, her caddy, might have been saying, right edge of the cameraman, perhaps, for her approach shot there.
Just studying the results there, wasn't he? Hope he got what he was looking for. He who dares and all that. Hole just about on the green. Signs that she's starting to turn her week around. The wind's really got up this afternoon, Alison, hasn't it? Making life a lot tougher for these ladies out in the second half of the day. The conditions were relatively fair yesterday in terms of the two halves of the day. Calm in the morning, bit of a breeze in the afternoon, but nothing too much for the ladies to worry about. But a different story today.
Yeah, very much so, and I think that, you know, the wind actually has a tendency to dry out the greens even more, let alone just the sunshine. So the two elements together combined, making it difficult for the second part of the field out there today, this afternoon. That just a layup there for Nana Madsen on the 10th hole.
Gladys Nasera, birdie putt.
I would love to have a mic on Gladys then. She's quite a candid character. And
teetering on the edge.
That ball is scared of heights, I believe, Lee.
Waiting.
We're just taking a look at her birdie attempt here on the 12th hole, and her putting's been very impressive so far this week. Perhaps, you know, a weak point in the past for her, but it's this kind of distance that she's been very consistent with, trying to keep it inside that, you know, 3-4 foot circle around the hole for the lag putt, particularly when there's so much grain and elevation change to take into account. That's exactly the type of putt I'm talking about. Very hard to judge up and over that ridge there on the 12th hole.
Hasn't dropped a shot since the second yesterday, so good consistency from Laura.
Fatlam's birdie attempt just creeping by on the 11th. Yet to drop a shot today. Just the 2 birdies on her card. Last obviously being on the previous 10th hole.
Charlie Hull with a birdie putt. Judged that wonderfully. Didn't drop, but a very good putt. Playing much better all of a sudden, Charlie.
Yeah, it's like she's found a different gear, Charlie. I see her talking a lot more to her caddy as well than she has in the past. A lot more of a debrief after each shot, as opposed to previous motions of her just walking off on her own and processing alone.
It's Pedersen.
Go.
Better from the young Dane.
Yeah, pretty good out of that rough there. Very hard to stop. Down grain, downhill and downwind.
Patlam in for par. Madsen's third on the 10th. Par 5. That's a great shot. Of the 2 rookies in this group, certainly playing the more consistent stuff at the moment. Of course, in terms of that Rookie of the Year race, important to stress that Pedersen has a decent lead, doesn't she? Just over €32,000, so Madsen needs to finish at least second. Still a big ask, even if Pedersen were to continue to go in the wrong direction and miss the cut. Madsen would have to have some weekend to win that Rookie of the Year race, but still possible. It's what we like, it's what we want, that race to go down to the wire this weekend. One of the awards that will be dished out this Saturday, the Ladies European Tour function on Saturday night at this golf club. After the season has been wrapped up, as we watch Emily Pedersen. And one of the awards, Alison, Player of the Year. Pedersen's got to be in the running, I guess. Any other names that jump out from the season that we've just enjoyed?
Yeah, definitely. I know Mel Reid will be on everyone's radar as well, with a bit of a turnaround year for her, and also obviously Nicole Brock-Larsen. Great breakthrough win for her earlier after the trials and tribulations she went through. Such an emotional loss for her in Pilsen.
And voted for by the players, so very much combination, I guess, of a popularity contest, but also based on the results and how players have fared over the season. And I believe you're handing out the award, aren't you?
I am lucky enough to be emceeing the night, and it's always a good fun way to finish the season as well. Nice for everyone to let their hair down a little bit, and they put on such a good show here at Emirates Golf Club. Beautiful dinner laid out on Saturday night, and giving the staff and the volunteers and the players a chance to all mingle and reflect on the year that was.
Yeah, you're right, though. I guess of the youngsters, it's been Brock-Larsen and Pedersen and Madsen that have shone. A couple of very popular first-time winners this year as well. Beth Allen, she was a popular winner at the Bucks midway through the year, and safe to say that a fair few messages of congratulations for Hannah Burke as well when she won in Pilsen.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for each of the two. Beth first, and then the next week Hannah Burke. Very popular winners out on tour. Very supportive of each other as well. Travelling together, travel buddies. And that's a great putt there from Nana Madsen. Beautiful bounce back birdie after some troubles back on the 8th hole.
Perhaps be fair to say, just give him a little bit of a boost because of what's happening to Pedersen in the context of the rookie race. Because maybe all of a sudden she feels like, well, this is on all of a sudden.
Yeah, there was a definite momentum shift, particularly on the 9th, you know, for Nana to walk away with par while Emily just made a massive unforced error, hitting her second shot in the water. Just never looked like it even had a chance. So, yeah, a tangible momentum change out for the Danes after the 10th hole.
Liz Young, currently on the 13th, par 5. That's her third shot.
4 over for the day, Liz. 3 doubles on the card and 2 birdies so far. Wouldn't mind a few more coming in down the stretch.
Smiling at her quotes after her round yesterday, which I thought was a good demonstration of the dedication it takes to play golf at this level, and also the support from the family members. She was talking about the putting green she has in the front room back home that her husband doesn't mind too much because he plays golf as well. But how, you know, it's the small things, how important that's been to the golf she's been playing this season.
Yeah, very much so, and they're big supporters of each other as well. You know, and it is those little things sometimes, just having you know, a few people on your side around the home track, believing in you, encouraging you, perhaps go and putt for 5 minutes before dinner or something like that. You know, get it in when you can. In particular in England at the moment, obviously with the weather being less than ideal over the last month and a half for those players that were trying to practice out there. You know, Vicky Lang only managed to get in I think 1 or 2 rounds in between events, and it was less than an ideal preparation for a lot of the British contingent.
Yeah, I thought they were really interesting quotes. You know, something very simple can help a game, even at professional level as well, because I guess some people watching might say, well, how can putting on a piece of carpet replicate some of the greens you face around the world? But she said, well, if I'm putting well and I'm repeatedly holing the ball, which obviously helps your confidence, if I treat every putt as a straight putt and let the contours of the green do the work, then how can it not help your game? It's an interesting point.
There it is, pin high left for Madsen on the 11.
Madsen's the Dane that's smiling at the moment, no doubt about that. from the same club, those two youngsters. Just outside Copenhagen. Smorham Golf Club, to be precise.
See the pin just on the left edge of that TV tower in the back. Great shot in there from Maria McBride. Well, that's a nice looking golf shot there from Emily Pedersen.
You can have it.
Just crept off into the bunker, I believe, on the right.
Not too far off. 3 o'clock local time on Thursday afternoon in the United Arab Emirates. Day 2 of our live coverage here at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. It's still all about which of the players can chase down Shan Shan Feng. 4-shot lead, 10 under par after a 67 earlier today. So Davies, Headwall, Georgia Hall, Mel Reeds, Patlam. Some big names on that leaderboard. Alison, any of those really jump out as serious contenders if they get their game together? Anyone could put pressure on Shan Shan, and that's without any disrespect to any of those players. But you know, Shan Shan's a sort of, safe to say, she's a level above in terms of world ranking and what she's achieved in the game so far.
Yeah, definitely, and even so, with her first 2 rounds, you see her not making any bogeys, 5 birdies today at 67, and she's just not making any mistakes. And then when you look at, perhaps in contrast, Mel Reed's last 2 rounds, a bit of a struggle yesterday, making a couple of unforced errors towards the end of her round, and really having to fight back to try and claw her way back into this tournament. If she has a few more days like that, she might be in the mix, because she is capable of going low.
Of course, Laura Davies has achieved all sorts in the game, but not much recently. Hasn't won since 2010, so it would be a big victory for Laura if she can pull it off and overtake Shan Shan.
Interesting shot there from Emily Christine Pedersen. Just looked as though the club just bounced through the sand a little bit too quickly, and she definitely caught a lot of golf ball there, blading that one through from one bunker to another. And she's going to have an interesting little lie there at the back of the left greenside bunker now on the 11th.
Time for a deep breath. Just 19 years of age, so relatively green in terms of experience in this sport. Just where the caddy plays a big part these kind of days where things are running away from you. Just need someone to put your hand on your shoulder and say, let's count to 10, take it easy.
Yeah, I know a lot of players use different strategies. I remember Kari Webb used to shut her eyes and try and focus on birds in the trees around her, and just try and find that moment of peace and refocus.
Another great quote from yesterday from Maha Hadiwi, the Moroccan player who had a good opening round, who said she imagines stroking her dog Daisy when things are going bad on the golf course.
Daisy, the Dutch Spaniel,
That's
wasn't
right.
it?
Good detail.
It was more alliteration, I think, than anything else.
Another big moment coming up for Nana Madsen. Back there in a moment, lining up a birdie putt. Let's go back to Patlam, 3 under. This is her third. Playing alongside Trish Johnson, top of the picture there. One Ladies European Tour ambassador to another, Laura Davies.
Playing a little bit of cross-country golf here, Laura. That was her third shot on the short par 5, 13th. Perhaps some troubles off the tee for her, and we'll have to take a look at where that finished.
Now here's Madsen. Every shot counts at the moment for the young Dane. Impressive stuff from the 21-year-old.
Yeah, back-to-back birdies there for Nana Madsen. Bit of a turnaround for her, I believe, as you mentioned. You know, back on the 9th hole, watching her fellow Dane making double, and it's definitely got a match play feel. This grouping out there on the 11th hole.
Tobias Towers glistening in the late afternoon sunshine. Buzz of the helicopters overhead once more. The World Air Games taking place in Dubai at the moment. The Al Kazim Towers over in the distance in Media City, resembling New York's Chrysler Building. Another of the eye-catching constructions in this part of the world. Here's Charlie Hull. Just found a bit of rhythm, a bit of consistency. It'd be great for the tournament if Charlie can survive today, kick on tomorrow maybe, and get into the last couple of groups out on the course on Saturday. You know, it's a decent recovery circumstances.
Cross over to the 13th green here. We can see Laura Davies' ball did find the front of the putting surface. Today cut 26 paces from the front of the green, just 5 paces off the right. I believe it will be Laura to play. This for birdie.
Do with one dropping, just to close the gap on Shan Shan Feng. World number 6, consecutive rounds of 67, Wednesday, Thursday in Dubai, so 10 under par. 4-shot lead at the moment. Shan Shan bidding to become the first 3-time winner of the event, 2012 champion, 2014 champion. tournament in its 10th year. Annika Sorenstam won it twice, 2006, 2007. Anja Monka won in 2008 for Germany. Korea's Kim in 2009. Iben Tinning 2010 for Denmark. Lexi Thompson, the youngest winner, just 16 years of age when she won back in 2011. Before Shan Shan took over. Interesting if Patlam can get herself up there as well, because she's proven herself on this course at this level. Quality player in terms of the world game, isn't she? If she can put herself in a decent position, could put Shan Shan under pressure.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously that win in 2013, but also an 11th place here in 2014 for Patlam. Well, that putt would have looked pretty good for a long time there to Charlie Hull.
Good putt from Laura Davies. Rock solid today, smile on the face, loves this part of the world. Spectacular part of the world, get up to all sorts off the course, and 3 of the players involved in the Ladies European Tour took a more alternative route to work earlier on today. Here's Maria Balaklava, Klara Spilkova and Paige Spiranek, and they took a seaplane from the official hotel, the Jebel Ali Golf Resorts. Were shown the sights by the general manager Otto Kurzendorfer. Joined some of the sights of Dubai. Looks like all 3 have a head for heights. That was the good news. And there's the Burj Khalifa there in the distance, the world's tallest building, the Burj Al Arab Hotel, iconic building here in Dubai. Paige Spiranek, of course.
Dubai is amazing. All the buildings, and you know, we're mostly still flying and seeing the water, seeing the palm, and it's just so nice to see it from above.
There's so many like little private beaches now that I can see from up here, and so much like Dubai that you wouldn't even like imagine. So to see it like from a high is incredible.
Paige Spiranek's first trip outside of the US. That's what I was about to say. What a treat for her. And then into an official car from Dubai Creek. Short drive to the course. And they all made it in one piece.
Well, they're not up there now, though. Perhaps the not-so-official taxi of that group.
Waiting to take them back to the hotel, perhaps. Just circling the course. Shan Shan Feng, 4-shot lead. Can Laura Davies or anyone below Laura on that leaderboard close the gap? Laura Davies coming towards the end of her second round, but certainly within touching distance of Shan Shan, the world number 6. Could prove to be a very entertaining final group tomorrow, day 3 in Dubai. Of course, we'll have more live coverage throughout the remainder of the tournament. Days 3 and 4 comes to a conclusion on Saturday afternoon, of course. A Wednesday start, this 4-day event. Slightly earlier finish than we're used to on the Ladies European Tour. Some big names on that leaderboard. Let's take a look at some of the players a little further down. Liz Young has struggled to replicate the quality of her goal from yesterday. That's 66. Same story for Carmen Alonso as well. Shot a 66 late in the day yesterday. Struggled today with a 77. Let's get back to some live pictures. Nana Madsen.
This is Madsen's approach into the par 4 12th hole, in on the front right section today, and we'll need to hang on. There's a small collection area in front of the green, but he's safely on. Lovely golf shot there from Maria McBride. So it's a lovely birdie opportunity here on the 12th.
Second place at the moment, Laura Davies. Sure, she'll be desperate just to pick up another couple of shots, close that gap on Thursday night, the halfway stage. Georgia Hall, another English player.
Currently 4th on the Rookie of the Year race, Georgia. Nice little payday here, picking up the Mercedes back on the 15th, par 3 last year. Nice recovery there from Pedersen. We believe that was her 3rd shot after being in the waist area off the tee.
Moving in the wrong direction this afternoon. A player moving in the right direction. Over in the distance, former champion Pornanong Patlam, 3 under par for the tournament.
I'm just skipping through to the back there a little bit. Be a slopey downhill putt.
No drop shots today for Pornanong. Birdies on the 5th and the 10th. 71 yesterday. Solid start. Of these closing holes, Alison, any opportunities that stand out for a player like Laura where she could perhaps pick up a birdie here or there?
Yeah, I believe that 16 and 17 are both very birdieable par 4s coming into the stretch. It's an interesting approach she's got ahead of her there on 14, but we'll head back to that a little bit later. Over to the action on the 12th. This is Madsen for birdie.
It's a good effort. Just the one blot on Madsen's copybook today. That double on the 8th. It has recovered well mentally. Solid par on the 9th, not the easiest hole to follow after a bit of drama on the 8th, but got things back on track quickly, and then a birdie on the 10th. Seems to have done a good job mentally of erasing the bad memories from the 8th.
As I referenced earlier, Lee, the 14th pin position today, tucked over on the left, just 15 paces on, and it's very hard for the players to get the ball to sit down quickly, particularly downwind, as the hole's been playing over the past 2 days.
No dramas for Laura today, but it's been solid in some tricky conditions. Often when you look at some of her scores, she's capable of brilliant stuff, but it's often a bit up and down, isn't it? Haven't seen too much of that this week.
No, her birdies are generally offset with bogeys, and that's a brilliant shot there from Charlie Hull into the 14th. But yes, Laura is known for the flashes of brilliance, and then the flashes of, well, not brilliance, really, I guess you could call it. But she's been very steady this week.
She liked that, McBride. Just slips past. Georgia Hall has crept up over the opening couple of days. Good 69 yesterday for the youngster. Level par today. Back with Pedersen. It's getting painful to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not nice when you can see a player just losing a little bit of focus here, and another drop shot at least there for Emily Christine Pedersen. She'll have that for bogey.
And now dangerously close to missing the cut, Alison. As a player, when you're in that situation, are you aware of that at that stage of the round, or are you just trying to block that out, trying to focus on each shot as it comes?
Well, ideally you'd block it out, but I think sometimes it's hard to, particularly when you've just seemingly lost control of your golf game, as Emily has. Six bogeys, well, 5 bogeys and a double since the 4th hole today. So it's been an interesting story out there for her, and she really needs to regain a little bit of composure. Hall finished 38th here last year. We'll be looking to improve on that after today's performance. We should probably mention the fact that if this group had gone off maybe first out today, I think it would have taken them about 2 hours and 45 minutes to play. They're 3 of the fastest players on tour. Laura notoriously quick amongst the players, to the point where sometimes you're walking during her golf swing.
Still yet to drop a shot today, Laura Davies. Pedersen. It's a bogey putt. Sadly, another one on the card. Seven over for her second round, Pedersen now. 4 over for the tournament.
Never quite getting her week going, Hannah. Tough day yesterday. I know she's got a lot of family and friends out supporting this week. Well, 2 birdies in the last 4 holes for Charlie Hull. Wouldn't this one be nice to add to that total?
Look of disbelief on the youngster face. She was another player living dangerously in terms of the cut up until she made those 2 birdies. Stays 2 over, but a missed opportunity for Charlie. Another par for Laura. She'll have another 4 opportunities to pick up a couple of shots. Here's Liz Young.
Threading the needle for Liz over on the right of the 15th hole.
On the 14th tee, still 3 under. 7 off the leader, Shan Feng.
And the 14th is another one of the great dog legs here on the Majlis course. Severe dog leg from right to left, and 2 quite large fairway bunkers guarding the corner of that.
Let's refresh our memories in terms of how it looks here late on day 2 at the Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. It's still a bunch of players trying to close the gap on Shan Feng after the Chinese star's 2nd successive 67 earlier today. Davies coming towards the end of her second round. Still a handful of opportunities for her to close that gap. But at the very least, looking like Laura will be playing alongside Shan tomorrow, which will be highly entertaining, particularly if Caroline Hedwell's part of that group as well. It'll be a quality final group out on the course. I think it'd be very interesting if Pornanon Patlam can get close to Shan as well, particularly Alison, if you remember the manner in which she finished the tournament when she won in 2013. Really showed she has the attitude and the character for the big stage with that, the way she closed out the tournament.
Yeah, definitely holding your nerve when you've got someone like Stacey Lewis chasing you down and hitting such a quality approach shot into 18 under masses of pressure. She's definitely got a steely nerve.
A few of the names a little lower down on the leaderboard. 4 more players, 1 under par for the tournament. Camilla Lennart, Isabella Ramsey, a couple of Swedes. Malena Jorgensen, the Danish player. Margarita Rigon. Caroline Masson, level par, alongside the likes of Gladys Nasira, both Solheim Cup players. 75 for Caroline Masson today, not the day she was looking for here in Dubai. Maria McBride is just starting to move in the wrong direction, was a little higher up the leaderboard. Amy Bolden, last year's rookie winner, 1 over par after a 74 today. And then some of those players a little further down, 2 over par. There's Charlie Hull. She'll want to improve on that position. Tied for 40th at the moment. Malha Hadiwi playing to protect her card for next season. The Moroccan player found things a little bit tougher today than she did yesterday. Liz Young for par. Stay on 2 under. Now drop shot for Liz. Laura Davies, Charlie Hull, and Hannah Burke onto the 15th. How does this rate in terms of the par 3s on this course, Alison? A couple of tough ones here on the Marge list.
Yeah, definitely, and it's playing 163 yards today. The wind, I should say, will be off the player's right, just a little bit right now. It has died down a little bit out on the golf course. Having said that, we've seen more hole-in-ones on this hole than we have on any other hole on the golf course in the last 2 years.
Charlie up first. It's a good result. Yeah, Georgia Hall here last year had a hole-in-one. Connie Chen, I think, the year before. Wind was howling across this 15th hole on Tuesday afternoon, day before the tournament began, from right to left. Very difficult tee shot during the Pro-Am.
Great shot there from Laura. She's just been so consistent, so solid the last 2 days. It's definitely a different Laura Davies that's shown up here in Dubai.
It's impressive considering the journey Laura had to make with the rest of the team from Japan. Late on Sunday, the flight you were on, in fact, from Nagoya, just outside Tokyo, a couple of hours away from Tokyo, on the bullet train over through Beijing, stop over in Beijing before landing in Abu Dhabi, then the journey over from Abu Dhabi. So not very long for those players to prepare, but it doesn't seem to have done Laura any harm.
Well, it was particularly hard for some of the players that weren't in the Pro-Am on Tuesday as well, because we landed Monday morning. Some of the girls had to go straight to the golf course, flat off a 15-hour flight, and it was perhaps not the ideal preparation, but I know none of them would have done it any other way. What a great event it was last week, the Queen's Cup, and straight into this one as well, one of the highest rated tournaments by the players. Everybody loves coming back here to the Majlis Golf Course in particular. Such a stunning setting for end of year tournament.
Nana Madsen trying to push herself up the leaderboard. 3 under par at the moment. Enough for a share of 5th for the Danish youngster, so doing very nicely indeed so far. Afternoon tea.
Eats like a bird.
Oh, that's a wonderful shot from Batlam. Just starting to make a move today, isn't she?
She's kind of just gone under everyone's radar. You know, I just checked scoring, and she's shot up from 23rd to 5th today, and it hasn't been too flashy, you know, just the 2 birdies on the card, but it's approach shots like that. And when you keep giving yourself opportunities that are inside 15 feet, you don't make too many blemishes on your scorecard either.
3 top 10s on the LPGA for Patlam this season. Tied 6th in Japan recently, LPGA event over there, so comes into Dubai in half-decent form. McBride playing up to 13. Just stays on. Emily Pedersen now under pressure to make the cut all of a sudden after the dramas of her second round. Better. But just struggling to control the emotions out there. Understandable, isn't it?
Yeah, when you've gone from being 5 under through 8 holes yesterday to 7 over today and 4 over total, that's quite a turnaround for the young Dane, and emotions are currently running high, and she's going to have to do something to just try and regain some kind of composure going into the last 5 holes.
It's the ultimate test, isn't it, for a sportsman, I think, sportsman or sportswoman, to wipe out the disappointment, the negativity of something that's just happened and reset mentally. Try and put it out of your mind. Still look at things positively. Still keep competing.
Yeah, one of the things I always used to try and do when I was in that situation was almost, you know, mentally sign my scorecard at that point and then start a new round. So she's got a 5-hole tournament ahead of her. How many under par can she finish for that 5-hole tournament? And just any kind of way to, you know, kind of fool yourself into some, you know, composure and focus. It's hard to do.
Laura Davies hasn't holed the birdie putt for a while. Will this one drop? It will. There we go, right on cue. Narrows the gap on Shan Shan Feng. 3 behind now, the leader. Just at the right time, that one.
Yeah, not too many people will make birdie on 15. It's an accessible hole location, but there's so many little kind of micro slopes around the hole that it's very hard to read putts in that section of the green in particular. As we saw Charlie Hull's first putt just straightening up when we all probably thought it was going to break as well.
Charlie with this for par. No mistakes. to Pornanong Patlam from Thailand. He's played some quality golf today. He's won a couple of times on the Ladies European Tour here in Dubai in 2013, as we've mentioned on a number of occasions, but also in India the year before, 2012. Very nice, rock solid.
And birdies out on the 14th today will be few and far between. Very tricky hole location to get your approach close to.
That will move up into a tie for 4th, Patlam. Tournament shaping up nicely. Now here's Madsen, birdie putts. Just never quite had enough, did it?
No, and you know, so close to that sprinkler head as well. Surprising perhaps that she didn't opt to try and take some kind of relief, but obviously you can only do that if it is in direct line between you and the ball, and she was able to have a clear line to the pin from where she was. Perhaps the one person in the field that could really use something to turn their day around. Not to be, and Emily will really need to pick up a shot or two in those last 5 holes.
On to 16 for Laura Davies. Middle of the fairway. Level par for the tournament, Maria McBride. Drop shot though for the Swede. Pedersen for par, rightly taking care over this one. Take nothing for granted at the moment, the young Dane. Still, by the looks of things, wondering how she got herself into this situation, to such a strong start to the tournament. Patlam on the 15th tee. 4 under par now. And another great shot from the Thai star.
It took a mighty big bounce there, didn't it, Lee?
Stayed on the green though, and another player playing well at the moment, Pornanong Patlam, former champion. There she is, tied for 4th at the moment alongside Jade Schaefer. But the big news at the top of the leaderboard, Laura Davies a little bit closer to Shan Shanpong. Fung Davies Headwall group tomorrow. Alison, like the sound of that one? Should be some fireworks.
Yeah, and a bit of something for everyone as well. Be interesting to see who the third person in that group is as well. Some exciting golf happening from Pat Lam out on the golf course right now, and Jade Schaefer as well. Another one of the LET's colourful characters.
Yeah, some nice stories shaping up for the weekend. Some big names towards the top of the leaderboard. Of course, that Rookie of the Year story very much alive as well, with the problems that Emily Pedersen's been having. Madsen's put herself in a decent position. So it's a long shot, but it's still possible for Nana Madsen to overtake Pedersen.
Yeah, and if today's any indication, the way that she resettled after the troubles of the 8th hole, she definitely has the mind frame to do so and to regather herself for the weekend.
I think particularly if you consider, you know, if you said you have to win the tournament to win the Rookie of the Year, that's a different proposition, isn't it, when you're taking on the likes of Shan Shan with her record in Dubai. But second, it's possible. It's possible if she plays well over the last couple of days.
Yeah, very much so. And Madsen's gone low this year. I've seen her shoot 65 on a couple of occasions, and you know, a pair of those and she'd be right in the mix. And she might not even need to do that much. You know, the second placeholder Davies currently on -7, so just a few shots back for Madsen.
Not that we're cheering Nana Madsen on, though. Must state that. Of course, we're impartial, aren't we? But we just want to see a nice, tight finish to that race. Always good when you get a nice Rookie of the Year race to end the year. Both players have played wonderfully well this season. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of them over the next 12 months or so. Maria McBride, we've seen a little bit of her today. Level par for the tournament. That's enough for a tie for 26th at the moment. Amy Bolden with a 74 today, Rookie of the Year last year. Rebecca Artis with a 75, so a couple of tough rounds of golf for those two ladies. Charlie Hull currently 2 over. Currently playing the 16th.
Well, some safari golf here from Hannah Burke on the left of the 16th. That's a very smart play there from Hannah. Not attempting to carry over the trees and just punching between the two. As you'll see, there was a ball close, and let's take a look at how it got there. Oh, brilliant shot there from Laura Davies.
Well, Laura making a late charge on Shan Shan Fung, the leader. Very interesting. Over the palm tree, Charlie Hull. Well, you picked out 16 and 17, Alison, as the holes that perhaps presented an opportunity for Laura Davies. Looks like birdie here, and 17's another chance for her, you think?
Yeah, very much so. You know, it's a short par for the 17th, just 332 yards to the hole, and the pin today's over on the front right on 17, and it's very accessible. So with that impressive shot here into 16, she could be a chance to pick up a couple more coming down the stretch. There's the evidence. Davies just 3 shots away
away from Shan Shanfeng now. 10 under par for the Chinese world number 6. And another player played some great golf this afternoon. Flying up the leaderboard. Pornanong Patlam, 3 under for her second round. 4 under for the tournament. Chance to move to 5 under. Looks like she'll stay on 4 under. Indeed she does.
Starting at the left edge of the tower. That's the target. Should take. Yeah. Come on. Let's commit to it. Trust it. Come on. Do the full one that was done.
Maria's caddy Lee just refocusing her.
Leave it.
Not the result she was looking for. Charlie Hull for birdie on 16.
Indication there of the slope over on the left side of the 16th green. A lot of players putting from one side to the other, having a lot of difficulty with pace control.
Glider taking part in the World Air Games. Some spectacular sights above us in Dubai this week. Pedersen on the 14th. Like it.
They're getting a very favourable bounce there off the ridge over on the right side of the green.
Well, left herself with a bit to do there to save par. Charlie Hull, but good putt. Shades back onto the 17th. Bristling with energy, isn't she?
Yeah, she's always got quite a little upbeat tempo to her. You never see her with her shoulders slouched, really. Very consistent body language across the golf course. That's Madsen into the 14th green.
She'd dearly love to pick up maybe 1 or 2 more shots over the closing holes. Madsen just to nudge her a little further up the leaderboard in that bid to leapfrog Pedersen, the rookie race. 3 under at the moment. If she moved to 4 under, that'll be a tie for 4th. Birdie for Laura.
Yeah, really nice conversion there after a gorgeous approach shot.
Making a move all of a sudden. Bit of daylight between Laura and Headwall in 3rd place, and now just a gap of 2 shots at the top of the leaderboard.
Always very quick to write the birdies into the scorecard. Sometimes a little bit of a delay after a bogey or a double, but that one goes in straight away.
Back to the Mads and Pedersen group. Maria McBride over yonder in the sand. Nicely done. Blue skies and sunshine on day 2 in Dubai. Good weather forecast for the remainder of the tournament. Might sound like a slightly strange thing to say in this part of the world, but decidedly un-Dubai-like weather when we arrived on Monday, and Tuesday as well. It was a bit rough. Very windy Monday and Tuesday, and cloudy on Monday as well. Do get a little bit of rain now and again this time of the year in Dubai. It's rare, but it does happen. And taking the greatest of care over every shot now, rightly so. A lot on the line for the youngster this week in Dubai. This to move to 4 under. She'll stay on 3 under. Oh, here's one of the stories of day 2 in Dubai. Ariane Provost from France, 73 yesterday, but has put together one of the rounds of the day today. 5 under for her second round. Just the one drop shot. Birdies on the 14th, 16th, 17th, the 2nd and the 5th, and the 8th. So playing the course the wrong way around, playing the 9th at the moment. So just putting the finishing touches to her second round. Quite a day for Provost, Alison.
Yeah, very much so. A great turnaround for the young French girl. It's also a very nice shot. Just creeping through to the back of the green.
Pedersen for birdie. What she'd give for this to drop. Another par for Pedersen. expect a bit of magic to rescue her day and her tournament. And Madsen in for par, stays on 3 under. Now over to the 17th, a test for Laura Davies, Alison.
Yeah, it looks as though she's found some very lengthy rough over on the right of the 17th. It looks like a little bit of an old divot even. It does have a line at the pin, but that's a very, very creative shot. From a horrible lie over on the 17th hole. Just digging that one out to the back of the green.
Here's Charlie Hull with her second on 17. Safely on centre of the green.
Yeah, it is a short par 4, the 17th, but if you do go too far to the right, your shot's blocked out off by all of those palm trees over on the right-hand corner. We saw Mel Reid have a few issues with those yesterday, and you know, it's a relatively mundane tee shot, but it is one that you have to think about because there's a bunker over on the left, and the closer you get to that, the better angle you have into this right-hand hole location.
On to the 16th for Patlam. Closing stages of her second round. It's been a good day for the former champion.
Yeah, she's just so solid tee to green, not dissimilar to Shan Shan Feng, ranked 11th on the LPGA in driving accuracy, Patlam.
Danish youngsters onto the 15th. It's been an intriguing day in their battle on the Rookie of the Year leaderboard. Madsen first to go.
Well, I think that we can call that one the old chunk and run. Not quite catch that. Oh, there we go, the chunk and the run. So
The wrong direction, surely. Wasn't that bad?
you've got a few more holes left.
Hopefully she'll be back in a few moments' time. Which is the toughest par 3 on this course, Alison, for your money?
I think that the 7th is actually sneaky difficult, particularly if you're putting from the back half of the green when the pin's on the front. It's actually a very hard 2-putt for not a very long hole. And that one just shot off the face, didn't it? Looked like she almost caught a little bit of a flyer there. Launching toward the back of the green.
Over on the 17th. Laura Davies with this for birdie. It's a long one. Surely just look to get this one close, but it's still moving. No bogeys on the card as yet for Laura Davies today, but real work to do on the 17th green to save par there. On the 16th, Patlam for birdie. too good. Brilliant stuff from the Thai player.
Well, I dare say that that was a two-shot swing just by that ball finding the bottom of the hole. We saw Charlie Hull earlier blow her initial birdie putt well by, and that had a little pace left on it as well for Patlam.
Patlam, certainly one of the players of the day. Just getting better and better today, the 2013 champion. Hole for par on 17. Now this for par, remember, for Laura Davies. Yet to drop a shot today. Looking good. Oh, it's a cruel sport at times.
I'll say, Lee, I don't know how that one stayed up. It looked in for a very long time.
A wry smile. Well, a shame. She'd worked so hard to get a little bit closer to Shan Feng at the top of the leaderboard. Here's Provot with the birdie putt on the 9th, finishing her second round of course, playing the course the wrong way round, if you like, started on the 10th.
Yeah, just Ariana's 4th event for the year. Best finish so far was 54th in the Deloitte Ladies Open. But yet to make a cut since then. Having a very good week.
Pedersen's tee shot, touch on the strong side on the 15th. It's her second shot. It's nicely done. Nice touch. Gives herself a chance of making par. Provot in for par on the 9th, and a very good day. Congratulations from Lucie Andre, fellow French woman. And a round of 67 today to go with that 73 from yesterday. And all of a sudden, she's put herself in a very nice position indeed going into Friday and Saturday here in Dubai, as she is midway down that leaderboard. Movement once more around the top of the leaderboard. Shan Feng now once more with a 3-shot lead after Laura Davies dropped shot on 17. Patlam, former champion, played some very good golf today. She's one of the stars of the tournament, moving in the right direction, putting a bit of pressure on the ladies just above her on the leaderboard. Some real quality up there. Shan Feng, world number 6. Laura Davies, bags of experience and tournament wins, of course. Caroline Hedwall, a Solheim Cup player. Patlam, the 3rd highest ranked player in the draw.
Interesting play here by Laura. I heard that Amelia Lewis actually went and did this yesterday and pulled it off, and Mel Reid earlier went over to the left of the trees on 18 and made eagles. So A very bold play here for Laura Davies, and what a way to cut over the corner.
Some sound that made too as well.
You know, I always find it interesting when players, you know, think outside the box a little bit, look at the holes, because from a different angle, you know, particularly when trying to make birdie on par fives, if there's a shorter route from tee to green, often the players will find it. And when you're as long as Laura Davies, you can turn a par five into a par four pretty quickly.
Madsen on the par 3 15th. Madsen for par, then on 15. Could do with this dropping. No, it'll be a drop shot. Disappointing. She's battled hard today, hasn't she? Pedersen's turn. A little bit closer. Trying to make the cut, remember.
Little fist pump there from Emily. I think she might be aware of the position that she's in.
Yeah, it seemed like she just took a little bit of extra care over that, didn't she? Charlie Hull. Her second on the 18th. She'll be faced with a third shot over the water. Now here's Laura Davies. Put this into context for us, Alison. Where are we here on the 18th?
Well, she's found herself under the palm trees, and it's going to be an interesting revelation if she can actually get a line through to the green from here. But ideally she would have been a little bit further left off the tee shot, but even with the line she took, she did actually still have to draw it quite a ways to get around the palm trees. Burke here just laying up as well, just into that first cut. And this is where a good caddy comes in handy. Tanya will be doing a lot of calculations from an area that she probably didn't really look at too much in the practice round, but it's always my favourite when the players walk over and they say, how far is it? And the caddy's just staring straight back at you saying, you don't want me to have a yardage from here. Well, it looks as though Laura might be maybe waiting for the green to clear.
She's got big plans.
She
on
does.
18.
Almost Seve-esque in her approach. To be fair, it is Laura-esque even. You know, a very creative and colourful player in her own right, and some of the things that she does I don't always necessarily agree with, but she pulls them off 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I was just thinking, do you think this is a necessary risk to take at this stage in the tournament? You know, she'd worked pretty hard to get a little bit closer to Shan Shan, then you drop a shot on 17. Do you need to take this kind of risk?
Well, I think it all depends on her lie, really. If the ball is sitting up, then you know, it's within her game plan to be aggressive, so it would actually be almost more out of character to chip out. And under the pump, you really want to stay true to who you are as a golfer.
Play to your strengths.
Very much so.
A solid shot from Patlam. And I was also thinking, you know, off the tee, does she need to do that, or is that just what Laura Davies will do 10 times out of 10? She'll always take this route because that's the kind of player she is, and that's the capabilities she has.
Yeah, very much so. And I think she's not the player that naturally lays up from off the tee either. She's the kind of woman that will go for it, and then if she has to chip out, then she deals with it later. But it does make for some very exciting golf. Well, she does have iron in hand, and a reasonably decent lie from the looks of it. You can see the ball just sitting up a little bit behind maybe a previous divot.
Here we go. The best of luck.
Well, it's pin high, just in the second cut of rough over on the left-hand side, and you know, I'd say that's a check mark next to that shot. Saw a few of the palm fronds fall down after after impact, so just took a little bit of foliage with her. I think from her angle it would have been looking as though that was going to end up in the grandstands on the left, but I think she'll be nicely surprised when she walks up to the golf ball.
There she is. There for 2. That's one way of playing the 18th. That's why Laura Davies is so popular out on the fairways, isn't she, with the fans who come to watch these events. Always a big crowd around Laura. They know they're going to get a slightly different brand of golf to watch. A chance for Patlam to move to 6 under here. Oh, mighty close once more. Spring in her step today. No, it's Charlie Hull, the more conventional route. She'll have that for birdie. So third shot for Laura Davies after the drama of her opening couple of shots on this 18th hole. She's played that well.
Yeah, beautiful touch there from Laura, just landing it on the fringe of the green.
And a decent birdie chance. She'll have that for another round of 68, which will represent a very solid start to her tournament. Still with a chance of closing the gap on Shan Shanfeng to just a couple of shots. Putt them for par to stay on 5 under. She does. Back on the 18th in a few moments. Back on the 16th. Nana Madsen preparing to take on her second shot, this par 4. That'll do. A mixed bag today for Charlie Hull. Another busy year on tour coming to a conclusion for the youngster. Tale of two halves, her round of golf today. 4 over for her front 9, but a couple of birdies on 10 and 11. Chance to finish with another. Oh, yes. Good back 9 for the Englishwoman. That should make dinner taste a little bit nicer this evening.
Yeah, that was a really lovely comeback on the back 9 there for Charlie Hull after being in danger of missing the cut, and all of a sudden after that birdie it will take her back to 1 over for the tournament, and will definitely be here for the weekend. But great birdie there from Laura Davies. You could almost call that one a jungle birdie, couldn't you, Lee?
Well, what a finish. Highly entertaining from Laura Davies. Shame about the 17th, but overall another great day for Dame Laura. A round of 68 to match yesterday's round of 68. She's put herself within touching distance of Sanchan. She's right up there. Proves to be an entertaining day on Friday.
That's not my bag. That's not my bag.
Looks like she's in a pretty good mood. Rightly so after her opening 2 days. Back to Pedersen on 16.
Well, she's found the back portion of the green, which the flag is on, but it will be a slippery downhill putt there for Emily Pedersen.
Coming towards the end of day 2 here in Dubai. 4-day, €500,000 event, this Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Enjoyed Another good day of golf. Good stories out on the course today. Another great round for Shan Fang. Laura Davies challenging hard. Good day for Caroline Headwall too. Very interesting Rookie of the Year battle developing. Pornanong Patlam as well has been flying up the leaderboard. McBride's effort on 16. There's Pedersen leading the rookie standings, remember, but battling hard to make the cut at the moment. Still work to do for Park.
Yeah, she really needs to regroup right now and just try and focus on perhaps a birdie on 17 or 18. You can just see how flat she is, and not surprising after this day, but if she's not careful and she drags that momentum and attitude into the next two holes, well, she might not be around for the weekend.
Birdie chance for Madsen.
Madsen will finish that off for par.
She too looks a little bit on the flat side, but she's done okay today. Certainly the better of that battle for the Rookie of the Year title of the young Danes, and a great day for Laura Davies too. Another 68 for the Englishwoman, but looking like Shan Fang will be our leader at the halfway stage. A couple of 67s, she's 10 under par. Too many players left out on the Margellis course now in Dubai. Fang the leader, 10 under par. Davies in second, 8 under par. Headwall with a 68 today. Pornanong Patlam perhaps could just leapfrog Caroline Headwall over the closing stages of her second round. Great day for Ariane Provot, the French woman. Jade Schaefer still out there, 4 under par. Suwanapara, Reed, Young and Cabrera Bello is having a decent tournament, the Spaniard. All on 3 under par. Now Pedersen for par. Stays on 4 over par for the tournament. 7 over for her second round, 69 yesterday. Now we saw the Frenchwoman Jade Schaefer on the leaderboard a few moments ago. First look at her today as a birdie putt on the 9th. Started on the 10th, so playing the Majlis course the wrong way round. A final hole. Oh yes. Finishing with a French flourish. And as ever, some quality headgear as well.
Headgear and shoes, isn't it, Lee, with Jade? That's a fantastic birdie there on the 9th hole. They are few and far between out there today.
Putting together a very good tournament indeed, Jade Schaefer. She's flown under the radar, hasn't she, first couple of days. To 5 under for the French woman, alongside the likes of Patlam and Headwall now. Great couple of days. Patlam playing the 18th. Should have good memories of this hole from a couple of years ago. It was a shot of the highest quality, wasn't it? That pretty much won the title that day. You know, having a great battle with Stacey Lewis, the American, that day. Playing alongside Gladys Nasir and Trish Johnson today.
An interesting day for Gladys. Just the 2 birdies and 2 bogeys, level par, after a 1 under par 71 yesterday. Just hasn't quite got it going out there this afternoon. It's a nice approach there into the 18th.
Back to Patlam. Third shot over the water. Onto the 18th green. Leaves her with a lengthy birdie putt at the last. No drop shots today for Patlam. Birdies on the 5th, the 10th, 14th and the 16th. Getting better and better this week. Very much a star of Thai golf, Pornanong. A role she says she enjoys. So she feels like she has a responsibility as a role model for ladies golf back home. Try and create more tournaments, bigger events, more prize money. Talked after she won here in 2013 how that win was a real confidence boost, allowed her to reset at the end of the year. It's always nice, isn't it, for players when they finish a year strongly with a win. Gives you a really nice feeling at the end of the season. Not that there's much of an off season, but it's a nice boost at the end of the year. Gives you a good feeling about that year, allows you to reset, start the next year with a lot of confidence. Says that really helped her in 2014 to do well on the LPGA tour.
Yeah, definitely, it was an all-star cast in 2013 as well. We referenced Stacey Lewis, and there were many a low-ranked player that year.
Shan Chan was here as well, wasn't she?
She was.
Tied for 5th, I think, if memory serves. bit of sound blowing across this 18th green. Needs to keep the concentration here. This for birdie. It's not far away. Looking like a par at the last for the Thai star. Trish Johnson. Winner on the Ladies European Tour not too long ago in Scotland last year. Archerfield Links.
There's a big scoreboard out in the middle of the lake on 18 and 9. Trish Johnson just taking a bit of a peek in there. Giving caddy this week Johnny Scott big hug, often on the bag for Alfajaro Munoz out on the LPGA.
One under for the tournament, Nasera. Chance to move to 2 under at the halfway stage. Oh yes, very nice. Big smile. And that for a round of 71. To match a 71 yesterday. Solid start for Gladys Nasera, 4th on the Ladies European Tour Order of Merit this season. Not a solid year for her. Played Solheim Cup golf, of course. Another title on the CV as well from Morocco back in March. Patlam putting the finishing touches to her second round. Very good day from the Thai player. One of the more impressive players out on the course today, Alison. Good stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. She was just very solid tee to green out there, and it's what you need to do on the Majlis course. You just can't afford to be making unforced errors, particularly with your approach shots, because the greens are so tricky here, and you know, up and downs are few and far between.
She's done it here before. Patlam. Just a couple of years ago, so has proved herself on this course against the very best that year. So I'm sure Shan Feng will be looking over her shoulder, perhaps with a little bit of trepidation at the quality just behind her. Here's how it looks coming towards the end of day 2. Shan Feng with a 2-shot lead, a couple of rounds of 67. Laura Davies just 2 shots behind. Big names galore on the leaderboard. Caroline Headwaller, Solheim Cup player, of course. Multiple winner on the Ladies European Tour. Tie for 3rd alongside Ponanong. Patlam, former champion here, both with rounds of 68 today. 5 under par. 5 off the leader, Shan Feng. And great days for a couple of French players there. Ariane Provot, round of 67, moved to 4 under, a 71 for Jade Schaefer. Birdie on the 9th, her last hole of the day, just nudging her alongside Provot on the leaderboard. Suwana Pura, Mel Reid, Liz Young and Emma Cabrera Bello, all on 3 under par. But once more, one of the rounds of the day from one of the stars of this tournament. As we come towards the end of our broadcast, we can just rewind a few hours and enjoy some more quality golf from the world number 6, Shan Fang. Started on the 10th. It was business as usual, Alison. She gave a nice summary of this course, I thought, before the tournament began. If you're a good ball striker, you'll have a lot of birdie chances. That's what she does. Summed it up nicely, didn't she?
Yeah, definitely. And I think getting a little bit windier this afternoon definitely helped Shan. And there was no one really that could go low from the afternoon field. And she's definitely kept that lead nicely at 2 shots ahead of Laura Davies at 10 under.
Shot the 67 yesterday, remember. Started solidly with 5 pars. Birdie on the 15th and birdie on the 16th. Moved in the right direction once more. Just another case of giving herself plenty of opportunities. Played her opening 9 holes in 2 under, and then was able to pick up another birdie on the 3rd, the par 5 3rd. This the putt for eagle. Mighty close, but those are the kind of birdie putts you want, aren't they, around this course. Picked up another shot on 3. Just a reminder that Shan is bidding to become the first 3-time winner of this tournament. Won this event for the first time back in 2012 with a total of 21 under par. That's what she's capable of around this course. She's on course to do exactly the same. 2 rounds of 67. An incredible score, 21 under, wasn't it? But the way she started this week, it looks possible once more if she can keep going along the way she started. Another good round as well, of course, from Laura Davies, English ambassador of women's golf around the world. 68 for her on Wednesday, day 1 in Dubai, and she was at it again, Alison. I think the noticeable element to Laura's game was how solid, how consistent she's been today.
Yeah, very much so. And with approach shots like those into the 5th hole there, it is no doubt that she is in contention and managing to roll in that putt as well for birdie. So consistent out on the golf course. Nice up and down there for her on the 6th hole as well. Beautiful bunker play. And she rolled it in for par.
Alongside Hannah Burke and Charlie Hull today. Not such good days for those 2 players, although Charlie recovered well throughout the second half of day 2 here in Dubai. She was on the 15th. And she was desperate to pick up another couple of birdies, wasn't she? She was 4 shots behind Fang at that point. That reduced the gap to 3. And then a fabulous second shot here at 16.
Yeah, this just looked online all the way and gave the hole a bit of a scare as well. Gorgeous approach shot, and she did finish that off for birdie on 16.
Bit of bother on 17. This was the only real blot on the copybook for Laura Davies today.
Yeah, a bit of a mishap on the drive, leaving it over on the right rough and then digging it out to that position there, but managed to walk away with bogey after 3 putting, the first bogey on the card for today, as you mentioned.
And then recovered well. You know, a lot of people, myself included, might have said, is there any need to take such a risk on the 18th, being so close to Shan, but as it has on so many occasions, paid off for her.
Yeah, it's just Laura's game. You know, it's how she plays golf. It's how she's always played golf. And obviously she's committing to playing within her own strategy here this week.
So just a few moments left of our broadcast on day 2 of this 4-day Omega Dubai Ladies Masters. Just to remind you how things stand at the halfway mark. Shan Shan Feng, 2 rounds of 67. They've left her on 10 under par. Laura Davies in second, 2 shots back, 8 under par after her second successive 68. Some big names on that leaderboard, the likes of Headwall and Patlam. Some of the names a little further down. Tied for 11th, Sarah Kemp. Good round of 69 for the Australian today to leave her 2 under, alongside the likes of Malena Jurgensen. Gladys Nacera with a birdie on her final hole, just nudged her onto 2 under. Round of 71 today for the Solheim Cup player from France. Nana Madsen still out on the course. Of course, the Madsen-Pedersen battle for the Rookie of the Year title has been hotting up today. Madsen perhaps with a chance after all, a big ask. She needs to finish second at least this weekend. But with Pedersen fighting to make the cut, things could get very interesting indeed in terms of that particular story this weekend. Some of the names a little further down, tied for 23rd. Georgia Hall there had a decent day yesterday, struggled a touch today. Amy Bolden, last year's Rookie of the Year. Beth Allen, a winner. Charlie Hull down there as well, tied for 41st. These players all out on 2 over par for the tournament. Jo Clatton, Ursula Vikström, Clara Spilkova among those. With another highly entertaining day in Dubai. We think the cut will come around the 4 over mark. And there's Emily Pedersen, currently 4 over par. Lots to look forward to here in the golf. Time to say goodbye then. Hope you've enjoyed the golf, and it will be back with us tomorrow on Moving Day at the Emirates. Until then, it's bye for now.